issues ke I think abasebenzi that would understand kuleya lento yalama relations ayiba which would come to why there is that issue of bargaining between you and your employer and us. I believe that all the trade unions have that issue. I know that COSATU is the one that is in charge in the KwaZulu-Natal provincial legislature. They know that we are having an arrangement of having a program that is outside the one of the national government and also the one of the national parliament, because the recognized trade union in the KwaZulu-Natal legislature is an affiliate of COSATU. Thank you, Program Director. No, yes, I think no offense meant, Mr. Ndlovu. In case you do not know what in charge is, and in case you make your own interpretation, a trade union in terms of lawmaking is in charge of bargaining where it is a majority trade union. So that is the in charge in the context of lawmaking. I know you may not understand it in the context. You may understand your own context, my brother.
Sibonge. Ngibona isandla sikanobhala. I'm not sure whether you follow up whatever you wish to. Can I give you an opportunity? Chwaba.
No, thanks, Chair. Maybe for the sake of progress, let's move forward. The whole issue that you are raising here is the issue of accountability. And if that's going to be covered under the Premier's report, to understand those that are not here, whether they've prioritized other things than the Workers' Parliament, then coming to account to the Workers' Parliament, if that's going to be covered, let's move forward. Let's continue with the program. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga nobhala. Mhlambe the other apology engifisa ukuyifaka eka MEC Human Settlement and Public Works. Ngimbone sithole late edited it ukhona on the virtual platform. I think then while kukhulunywa ngama apologies, but at least asi amende ukuthi naye he's part of this particular meeting. So ukhona on the virtual platform MEC uMahlabu. Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngiyacela ke siqhubeke with our program. Let us then invite Usomlomo to address us on the background and purpose of the 2023 Hybrid Workers' Parliament. Makhubele.
Thank you, Mageba. Angazi noba saphinda ngiyabingelela yini ngoba seke kwabingeleleka ngephutha. Ngicela ukunibingelela sebenzi. Manje ngiyesaba Mageba ukubuza kuwe ukuthi bapha abantu. Ngoba kuzose ama federations acabanga ukuthi ngibuza wona ukuthi bapha abasebenzi. I want I want to greet the program director, the federations of KwaZulu-Natal that are representing the workers in the province, the members of the Executive Council of the Government of KwaZulu-Natal, led by the Honorable Smelane on behalf of Premier Dube Ncube, the chairperson of committees who is leading all the members of the provincial legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, the deputy mayor, angazi ukuthi deputy kabani ke, the mayor of Zululand today, because I did say to Shenge, siyabonga ufikile mayor, and we sealed it at that. the public, the guests and the public that is connected virtually. Umagebu usaphumile, I want to clarify that any member who is connected virtually is not supposed to apologize. They are virtually present, and in terms of the roles of the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, they are part of the city. And as a public participation mechanism of the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, this is governed fully by the rules, standing rules of the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal and the sector public participation framework. And as such, it is conducted under that. I think I would be unfair to you, Ms. Naidu, if I do not ask the pertinent question to our public participation unit and to the trade union federations of the province that the attendance is dismal. And it is no fault of the speaker. It's no fault of Makeba. When you do not see people in a sectoral engagement, the responsibility lies to the officials led by the public participation unit of the legislature and to the leaders of that sector. We did, honorable delegates, have the resources to bring them. We did have the resources to mobilize and bring them. Kodwa ukuthi ihlangana nokuthi ukhona nomnye bebatshenile. It's usually easy when they are told by the sector leadership. And we are inviting that we must continue working together to agitate our members and those interested to come, especially because when we come to Abaqolusi, as the deputy mayor said, I don't want to get to the politics of what he said. I will end with him speaking about the farm dwellers and farm workers. But I would go to saying that the majority of workers in Zululand are the vulnerable workers, the workers with lesser rights. I know that most of them may not be coming here today because they still do not have what is guaranteed in law in terms of time off and leave. So, Gisha nani ke, being in charge, babu boya benyati buyasonga buyasombuluka, being in charge of the implementation of the law that has been promulgated, Maxaba. But in that context, we want to greet and welcome all of you today. And just from the onset, start with saying that in the morning we started at the Vryheid District Hospital, Honorable Smelane. And we said to the workers at the district hospital, Thina legislature besicinga basekuqalile ukuba i-regional hospital. Sifike phaa ibhodi ne-buildings say district, and we said, I know Murchison District Hospital when I see it in Vryheid. I will surely know Port Shepstone Regional Hospital when I see it in Vryheid. And we are starting in that note that the transformation of that hospital to what we know in the legislature in terms of infrastructure and everything. But also they are still working in that environment of understanding themselves as a district hospital. When we met them, we sent the greetings that we are going to send to the workers today, that whilst month of May is known as Africa Month, is known as Workers' Month, The frontline workers that you represent that are mostly in the healthcare sector also know it as the Nurses Month. But as an African woman, I choose to know it as the month of Cecilia Makiwane, the first African woman to be enrolled as a nurse 120 years ago. A woman that we know that started practicing as a nurse as far back as 1908. But markedly in terms of your own theme, when you remember that you are here as representatives of workers, showing the involvement of workers in issues as a community, ngokuba nizi-trade unionists. When you are trade unionists, you are then not only representing those that are employed, I so believe. When you fight for creation of posts in your workplaces, you are also fighting for those that are not yet working so that they can come and work. When you are fighting for better working conditions, you are fighting for those that are potential employees so that when they work, their conditions will be better and they will be able to take care of their families. Now you are dealing with issues of the community and the society that we live in. And I know that when the first anti-pass law campaign took place in 1912, Cecilia Makiwane was part of that action as a worker, but importantly as an African woman. So when we meet here today, we must also remember that the journey you are on is a journey that was started many years ago, but under different conditions and under different employment environment. You are now continuing it, but now you have the issue that we are celebrating in terms of your theme, the 50 years of bargaining. As we remember 1973 and the Durban strike. When we are meeting here today, we know that you have chosen a topic, a theme that is to defend and advance collective bargaining in honor of 50 fighting years for worker recognition. Many workers before you fought for the recognition of worker rights, laid the foundation. But for you, you are no longer fighting for that. You have to defend it. It's easy to fight to attain and gain something than to defend it. Because defending it, sometimes you may think that you defend it from someone. You may not like what I'm going to say, but sometimes you have to defend it from yourself. Because to defend something from attack are only external. Sometimes the attack is also would be coming from within the worker ranks. There may be others who may pose as a representative of workers, but be nothing else except careerists using trade unions and federations to further their own personal interests of advancing in the hierarchy of employment. There may be others. I used to be, I don't know how to say this politely, Honorable Smelane. When we were trade unionists, Nabo Honorable Uzwane Lapaya, who's a delegate, there was a phrase we were taught that when you are going to, I worked with Honorable Miss Swane Lapaya Zanzikwa Miss Baba. We used to be taught that when you are going to represent, you must have one document with you. And your armpits must not be close to you. You must walk like this when you're going to represent a worker. In case you get tempted to put your CV under your arm. Sometimes worker representatives carry for everybody else to see the case of a worker. But for the employer, they are hiding the CV so that whether the worker wins, whether the bargaining goes in favor of the workers, they remain winners. So defending the integrity of workers' rights to collective bargaining must never be seen that you will be defending it from us as politicians and employers, but you must also defend it from other workers who pose as representative of workers. You will defend it in many ways. I'm no worker, I may not know. But I know that one of the things that you will have to do is to unite workers. Because the unity of workers is stronger than the onslaught of any prospective oppressor of collective bargaining. Workers ought to speak in one voice in terms of what is it that needs to be defended. But also workers need to speak in one voice in terms of what it is that workers need to do to service those that they are employed to serve. Not the politicians, but the general people of South Africa and the people of KwaZulu-Natal. That is the defense that we know is important in protection of the bargaining, collective bargaining. Siyazi ukuthi, when we say these things, probably workers would think that we are paying lip service. But it is a worry that we carry every day when we hear the people that we meet saying that one particular department or the other is not a good department because of a service of one employee out of 1 million employees in that particular department that are doing their job properly. We are calling upon worker federations to continue doing the good work, but importantly, to ensure that those who are their members are able to be told from the rest, not by the t-shirt that they wear, but because of the professionalism that they are displaying in the workplace. But in the same breath, honorable members, I want to call upon us as politicians to show the same respect that we show each other to the same workers that are working either in the legislature or in the respective provincial department, or those that serve us in our daily lives, either when we go to the filling stations, when we meet them on the streets, cleaning the streets, or when we go to the retail centers to do our shopping. We must show them not because we think they ought to be respected for political correctness, but because we recognize that they are equal humans and they are rendering a service that we cannot do without. If we do that, we will also be in our own way, without even going to narrate what is it that we are doing for the nation. We will be contributing to defending that which was gained by the federations that are here today. We must have these tough discussions amongst ourselves so that we leave a legacy with our children to be the type of adults when we are not here that will not undermine others, but also that when they lead tomorrow, they will not use others as a step ladder to better their own careers at the expense of others. Siyazi ke ukuthi uma sihlangene la siye sibe nako ukuba nemibono. Eminye yemibono esasinayo ngonyaka odlule emhlonishwa uMageba yaze yafikelela ekuthaneni ama-federation anesifiso sokuthi ingathi angahlangana nesishayamthetho saKwaZulu Natal ikota nekota bezobriefwa ngemiphumela. Nangona ke singakwazi ukuyiphendula uma isabekwa la, kodwa sithi mase sihleli sicubungula sikwazi ukufinyelela kwezinye zezinto esiye sizibuke ngokwe-public participation framework, ezinye sesingasakwazi ukuzenza ngaleso sikhathi sibuyele. Yingakho sibuye angazi ke soyibiza ngani nombono wokuthi esiqalile kwi-Youth Parliament, we have a vision or a view as the Office of the Speaker that is overall responsible for public participation, that post every sectoral engagement, in this instance, post the Workers' Parliament, that the legislature, not only the prep committee, but now the leaders of the federations have a meeting with the speakership and the chairperson of the public participation, so that some of the issues that arise at the prep meeting are able to be explained and ironed out, and including the issue of the processing of resolutions, so that it does not look like we ambush each other at the time of the prep committee by saying, "Hey, ayenzeki kanjalo." Yebo, sube manje sengathi kudlaliswa amandla, yebo. Sisayobuza kusomlomo. Yabona leyo relationship ayinhle yona. Iyenzeka yona kodwa ayinhle. But when you meet, know that the postmortem, the one that is with the prep committee, lapho bakhuluma ngamatekisi namabhasi, ngokudla, nemali, namahotela, is fine. But there should be another level, a broader and strategic one, with the elected leaders. Oh, andikho ignorant. Ngiyazi ukuthi amanye ama-leader aya-appointwa, ne? Kodwa ngizonikala ngami mina ngavotelwa. Ngamalungu awu-8, uzobe sowuthi ke wena, hey mina ngirepresente thousands of members of my federation. Uzongikala ngawe, ne? Kanti u-appointiwe akunankinga. Ngizokudedela. Mina ngicela ukunikala ngami, ngavotelwa nje u-8 nje. Those that have been elected, who are having a constitutional responsibility, regardless of the fact that you have now been changed to be, I know in other federations, omunye uthi ubekhethiwe kodwa jika bese yaqashwa. But your responsibility in the administration of a particular organization is much bigger, so that we have that particular platform to discuss Workers' Parliament, especially because the term is coming to an over, and prepare on having that for those that are coming after us, creating that consultative platform for the sectors, and see how do we define, how do we see the future of the Workers' Parliament, particularly in the dwindling economical fortunes of the legislature of KwaZulu Natal, because the legislature and the federations have a common goal to protect the existence of the Workers' Parliament. We must never, regardless of the economic fortunes, regardless of the budget cuts that Honorable Smelane Emelu Premier will be bringing to us, we must protect the Workers' Parliament. So that is what we are also putting forth as a recommendation. We've already piloted it with the Youth Parliament, that we must meet with the leaders of the youth. We want to also extend it to be considered by federations outside the session, that we have a postmortem when we meet with the leaders. With that said, sicela ukuniwishela iParliamente elihle, remembering that our theme for today is not changed. It is defending and advance collective bargaining in honor of the 50 years for worker recognition. Siyabulela.
Yina mpondokazi bakithi, yina madoda.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngiyafisa sidlulele kwi-item elandelayo. That will be the Premier's address and responses to implementation of 22 Workers' Parliament resolutions. As indicated, Premier will be represented by MEC Health, Ms. Nemagugu Simelane. Over to you, Makuchu.
Manje imic ka speaker oqeda ukukhuluma icishe isondele esifubeni kunokuthi ize lapho kufuna ngabe khona. Kulungile ke kodwa amagebe asixabene. Sicela ukubingelela ku program director wethu Honorable Zulu siyabingelela. Sibingelela kusomlomo, sibingelela kuma unions, leadership yama unions yonke ngokuba khona kwayo. Sibingelele ku deputy mayor uthe speaker ke khosho ukuthi udeputize abanye. Kodwa ke siyabingelela nakuyena deputy mayor njengomuntu okhethiwe. Sibingelele kumphakathi nabo bonke abantu abasijoinile and all the honorable members present and online. Speaker, ngicela ukuqala ngale udaba olurezwe earlier on in relation to attendance. I think I must indicate that we have with us Honorable Zuma Nxamalala. Mhlambe ama members siyabonga. Sino Nxamalala, MEC for Agriculture. We have MEC Khoza, MEC for DSD. We have MEC Sithole Moloi, who's the MEC for COGTA. And on the virtual platform, we have MEC Nkonyeni and MEC Mahlaba, who are with us. And in terms of apologies, the first apology is the one of the Premier as indicated, together with the apology of MEC Duma, who is also in that program with the President. We have an apology from MEC Hlomunga, who had a pressing government commitment in Herikwala that he needed to attend to. I think that then accounts for all the MECs that we have. Mbale wonke umuntu? Ubani? Oh, MEC Sithole Moloi is also an acting MEC for DSEC, Sports and Recreation. So, uziqu zimbili njengoba elana. So all of us are now accounted for. Education, okay. MEC Education also had an agent program. I was actually asking her now, I sent a message to find out her whereabouts. She indicated that she needed to be part of the program of the Deputy President because the Minister of Education is here, together with MECs of education from other provinces. So she couldn't leave my colleagues when they are in the province, so she needed to be part of that. So I think umangabe sibuka, more than 60% of the Executive Council is present. Yes, I did. Now, with that said, an ideal situation is a situation where all members of the Executive Council are present during the Workers' Parliament. I think we are not giving the apologies because we want to run away from that fact. We do have a responsibility to account we do have a responsibility to attend the sectoral programs that we have. However, sometimes contesting programs force us to be able to spread ourselves. And when you look at a program of the deputy president, for instance, it goes without saying that there's no way that we might not attend such a program as the Executive Council. But we believe that the MECs that are here today are indeed MECs that are sufficient to be able to carry the mandate forward, should there be anything that is given to us as members of the Executive Council. With that said, I must say it's an honor to stand before you today to table the 2023 report to the Workers' Parliament for the people of KwaZulu-Natal. And I'm hoping, Program Director, that members have been given the detailed report that was put together by Office of the Premier that had response that came from all departments. The provincial government acknowledges the importance of workers and the trade union movement in the reconstruction and development of our country. Majority of us have that background as well. This year, we commemorate the 50th anniversary of the historic Durban strikes, which took place in 1973. The Durban strikes displayed the bravery and determination of the workers who stood up for their rights and changed the course of South African history. These strikes were a pivotal moment in the struggle against apartheid, and the impact is still felt today. It was a time when workers from all races and backgrounds came together to demand better wages, better working conditions, and a better future for themselves and their families. As we reflect on this important milestone, let us remember the sacrifices made by those who took part in the strike. Their courage and solidarity inspired a generation of activists and laid the groundwork for the democracy and freedoms that we enjoy today. The freedom and democracy that South Africa enjoys today were won because the working class was organized, militant, and agitated for the downfall of the tyranny of apartheid and racial segregation. We pay tribute to the leaders of workers who recognize that in a developmental state, workers do not only demonstrate their significance through the force of strike, but that they are also partners in development with government and other stakeholders. And that is the level at which this provincial government holds the workers and the leadership of the workers in the province. Without the patriotic working class, government alone cannot succeed in building a capable development state that will decisively intervene in the economy to deal effectively with the root cause of underdevelopment, poverty, unemployment, inequality, and the scourge of gender-based violence. In essence, all the social ills that we are faced with or that the government has to deal with, those must be dealt with in partnership with the leadership of the workers. Honorable members, we are aware that as we meet today, recent reports reveal that South Africa's GDP has fallen back to below pre-pandemic levels. The contradiction reflects ongoing weakness in several industries, specifically mining, manufacturing, and construction. The outlook for growth remains weak to worsening power availability constraints and weak global demand. Our national treasury predicts real economic growth of 0.9% in 2023, which is optimistic considering the South African Reserve Bank prediction of 0.2% and the International Monetary Fund of only 0.1%. Despite poor economic growth, South Africa's unemployment rate has decreased over the last year. South Africa's unemployment rate dropped from 0.2% over the last quarter and 2.6% percentage points over the year. Unfortunately, the outlook remains poor. The World Economic Forum recently published countries' unemployed forecast for 2023, in which they predict a 35.6% unemployment rate for South Africa by the end of 2023, the highest rate in the world. The weak labor market is also reflected on low growth in compensation of employees across most industries. Household spending remains under pressure. An unemployment rate of 32.2% annual consumption inflation increasing to 7% in February 2023. The higher interest rate combined to put significant downward pressure on household spending. The South African Reserve Bank increased the repo rate by an additional 50 basis points in March, specifying load shedding and global financial market turmoil as the primary risk to stability. For our part, as government, we wish to reiterate that we must continue to engage, open our books, and together find sustainable solutions to our country's woes. I must also indicate, Chairperson, that one of the challenges that we think we might have this year, not financial year, this year, is the fact that South Africa is going to be hosting a BRICS conference later in the year. And with the challenges, the international challenges that we are facing between on the battle between Russia and Ukraine, we are faced as a country with a very difficult situation. A difficult situation where colonizers decided that they are going to issue a warrant of arrest against the Russian president just before he comes to South Africa, which is something that they did previously when the president of Sudan also visited South Africa, and expecting South Africa to do their dirty work for them, to arrest the president of Russia when they themselves are not able to do so. We find that to be going to be a very catch-22 situation, because as South Africa, we are a country that does not have enough resources. Uma kungathiwa nje namhlanje kufika uPutin uyaboshwa la eSouth Africa, uboshwa eSouth Africa. Angathi engakafiki ngisho kuphi iSouth Africa ingabe isiphelile as a country. Ngiyafisa nje ukwazi ukuthi yipi lona lelo jele elingabamba uPutin, mhlambe bangamfaka eDurban Westville Somlomo, I don't know. Kodwa uma kuthiwa ufake eDurban Westville uyokwazini ukuthi ahlale lapha ejele. But the point that we are making is that these countries continue to utilize African countries as pawns. We are used as a pawn in a chess battle yabo bodwa. Because uma ngabe bona befuna ukumbopha ngempela uPutin was in Ukraine 3 weeks ago. Why say Ukraine 3 weeks ago? Bangambopha ngani? Now, uma sekuthiwa South Africa, it's us okufuna senze umsebenzi wabo. I don't think we are going to do that. By the way, we have a long history with Russia, in as much as we have a long history with Ukraine. So our responsibility is to make sure that the challenges that these two countries are facing, we try and find an amicable solution. So we are not going to be a pawn in a chess game that was not of our making, and in a chess game that we ourselves do not understand. So uma befuna ukumbopha kuPutin bangambopha bona. Thina hayi asizokwazi ukwenza lokho South Africa. Somlomo ngiyafisa nje ukusho ukuthi kunama resolutions athathwa la ku Workers Parliament ngesikhathi sise King Cetshwayo district, and ama resolutions relate to all the different departments, and we have put together, as I said earlier on, a consolidated list of those responses, and I hope members are going to be able to go through them and bakwazi ukuthi bawafunde and be able to get detailed responses. In the meantime, I will just pick up on a few resolutions and comment on those so that singathathi isikhathi eside kakhulu, because if I read all the responses from all the departments, it will take us a very long time. Let me start with the point, a resolution on management of resources. Honorable Speaker, in 2022, Workers' Parliament resolved that the legislature implements a resolution tracking system where all departments will submit progress reports quarterly to the Public Participation and Petitions Committee. 2, that the Public Participation and Petitions Committee, on receipt of the progress reports on resolution, should analyze the responses for appropriateness thereof and promptly circulate such to the representatives of the federations. I think from our side as government, we're expected to make sure that the different departments indeed put together these resolutions, but there are also resolutions that make sense, not to respond just for the sake of responding. In this year, the Office of the Premier has done so, has put together the responses that were needed, and those have been submitted to the legislature. There was also a resolution on the filling of vacant posts. Severe budget cuts have placed a strain on department's ability to fill vacant posts. And it was resolved that financial resources be made available to all departments to increase their ability to fill all vacant posts that they have available. There is a lot of work that has been done by the different provincial departments, and we will see in our report. For instance, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development has a total of 226 approved critical vacant posts, with 38 posts filled as at the end of March, and 80 posts advertised and are in the process of being filled. And the list is long in terms of what the other departments are doing. With that said, as the provincial government, we made a request that, in fact, we took a decision that the Premier writes to the President and indicates the state of service delivery in our province, which is affected by the fact that we do not have enough manpower because we are unable to fill posts, even posts that are funded, because majority of the departments will have posts that are funded, but because we have a cut in the baseline, are therefore unable to fill those posts once they are vacated. We've then requested the Premier to engage the President and have a thorough discussion in this matter. We are very much aware that the Premier has done so. As a result, the Minister of Finance made a first move when he presented his own budget, and he indicated that he is going to make sure that the Department of Education and Department of Health, at least for a start, budgets are not affected moving forward, or there are no budget cuts in relation to those departments, so that we are then able to recover as a provincial government. We take that in a very positive light, because had we not engaged national government, we would not have been able to deal with those issues, and that kind of understanding would not have been brought to the attention of the leadership. On internship and volunteer programs, honorable members, during our last sitting, the Workers' Parliament resolved, among other things, that the provincial government should clarify their policy regarding internship and volunteers, and in the interest of job creation, should make concerted efforts following the existing competitive recruitment process to absorb the interns and volunteers into the establishment of departments. The Executive Council has given the DG a mandate or an instruction to put together all the departments and make sure that each and every department, in fact, has a policy when it comes to volunteers, because you find that there are departments that might not necessarily have a policy in relation to volunteers, because at that particular time, they are not utilizing volunteers, whereas in other departments, they are volunteers. So we've agreed that as an executive council, that the DG is going to and has started on the work, by the way, to consolidate and make sure that we have one standard policy on volunteers, so that even the departments that might not necessarily need volunteers, but they have a policy just in case, so that in future we don't find ourselves in a situation where we have departments that have employed or have taken over volunteers, but volunteers are not, there is no policy that guides how they are going to be employed, and what are their, well, what is it that they have to do really when they have been employed. Then the next point is the issue of the absorption of volunteers and internship. I think in terms of the resolution that was taken, it is understood that the labor leadership is aware that sometimes you cannot just absorb workers. You do need to advertise, so that people are able to get into the system, and we are expected to be open about the process that we are working on. So we do encourage those that are on internship programs to apply where there have been posts that are advertised. With that said, we have also decided that we'll put together a team that will firstly look at the number of interns that we have within the system, what year those interns are or what level the interns are at, and what is it that can be done to improve their employment status, so that we don't find ourselves in collision with labor relations laws of the country. Of course, the different departments have different numbers of interns, and in the report, you will find that the different departments have explained how they are speaking or how they are addressing the issue of the different interns that they have. The next resolution is on EPWP intake. Honorable Speaker, noting that the expanded public works program offers employment to people below the age of 35, and that's the resolution of the Workers' Parliament. It is resolved that people above the age of 35 should also be considered for job opportunities. In terms of our response as provincial government, we want to indicate that firstly, the DPSA has now put in place a system that revokes that condition that anyone who's on EPWP or who gets employed on EPWP must be below the age of 35. So that is no longer a condition. With that said, when you look at the list of all the departments that have EPWP, you find that the majority of them actually have employed people that are above the ages of 35. Department of Agriculture, for instance, has 229 has 378 EPWPs, with 149 of those above the age of 35. The Department of Health has employed 8,933 on EPWP, and with that number, the Department of Health has employed 10,350 EPWP beneficiaries, and of the 10,000, 8,933 are above the ages of 35. I'm just giving an example on how we have started to implement that particular policy, but the departments have also given specific responses to that. On the issue of insourcing of cleaning and security policies, honorable members, noting that the provincial government has not achieved 100% insourcing of the cleaning and security services, it is resolved that the progress report reflects the extent of achieving of the 100% insourcing to be provided. Premier, Chairperson, ngikhohliwe ukuthi yimina okhulumela uPremier namhlanje. Sengajwayela ukubiza uPremier njalo. Sihlalo, ngiyafisa nje ukuchaza ukuthi indaba ye-insourcing is indeed a policy of this government. We have taken and we have made many strides towards ensuring that we start the process of insourcing. As a result, many departments have been given instructions in the past year to make sure that they are able, or they look ekutheni yiziphi indawo abangakwazi ukuthi ba-insource kuzona. As indicated by the leadership of Labour, indawo ekubonakala sengathi kungalula ukuthi siqale kuyona uku-insource, it is indeed indaba ye-cleaning and security services. Ama-departments onke-ke eseqalile abuka ukuthi ama-contracts awo aphela nini, and in the process yokuphela kwama-contracts are putting in place a system yokuthi how do we then take over ourselves as the government. We've also instructed all departments to ensure ukuthi ama-cleaning services, uma sekuphela ama-contracts, those are handed over, or uma sephela ama-contracts of the companies that are there currently, ayakwazi ukuthi athathe i-system itself and carry over ngayo. The reason why we think it was necessary to give it time, ingoba kubalekile ukuthi if you are going to take over a service, you must be ready as a provincial government, and you must be able to actually take over a service. Ungayivele uyithathe nje ungazipreparanga. So we have given departments isikhathi. So we do think in the next 2 years or so, we will have majority of our departments sebeqalile noma sebe-implementa fully i-process ye-insourcing, particularly in security and cleaning. On climate change, there was a resolution 80. The extreme weather patterns that are becoming frequent occurrence in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, that was noted. And therefore, we know the Workers' Parliament resolved that all government departments comes up with plans and policies that will minimize climate impact. Such plans to look into the areas of focus for each department. We want to indicate that we did indeed look at this resolution as the provincial government, and we understood that it might not be all departments that actually are able to come up with policies in relation to this matter in particular. Kodwa akhona ama-departments akwaziyo ukuthi akuplanele lokho. The first one, i-department yaka-agriculture, because njengabantu abalimayo, kubalulekile ukuthi bahlale be-aware i-environment esiphila kuyona ne-climate, so that whatever innovations that we are bringing to our communities are relevant to the time. Whatever innovations that we are bringing to our communities are actually in line with the climate change and what we are faced with. Sekufuna sikwazi-ke manje ukuthi sishintshe uma ngabe kukhona izinto okufuna siyitshale nge-winter, ezinye sizimove to a different time. The department must be able to do that. I must say though that the department agriculture has already started to advocate for climate smart agriculture, such as no-tilling planting, promoting drought-resistant technologies, e.g. drought-resistant seeds. So muningi ke umsebenzi osuqalile. The two departments that are really implementing climate change policy on behalf of provincial government is the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Culture. If we look at the national policy, it says disaster is housed at Culture, and we as a province could not go outside of that. With that said, we did engage with Culture, and they were given specific instructions on how to prepare and what to prepare. As a result, the provincial Culture has already started implementing some of those new resolutions. Ngingakunikeza nje isibonelo sokuthi one of the things that we implemented, or one of the things that we said must be part of the policy, is that we must start having warning systems as a country, but as a province in particular, because sabona ukuthi uma kufika ama-floods, none of us had any warnings in terms of imvula ne-rate yemvula ezofika ngayo. Now we've started seeing that uCocta actually has started issuing warnings in terms of informing the different municipalities, the different districts, on what rains are expected and what level are they expected to be at. We think that is something that is really going to assist us moving forward. We've also instructed Culture as the provincial government to go and look or visit some of the other countries that are actually affected by disasters, natural disasters in particular. See what is happening there, see what is obtaining there, and then we are able to implement some of those if we can be able to do so. An example is that in other countries, for instance, in India and Sri Lanka, when they have, I think it's called monsoon, when they have a monsoon season, they have a warning system where there will be something umsindo nje that is loud, and everyone in that community knows that uma sekukhala leyo alarm leyo kusho ukuthi kukhona i-challenge ekhona, or kusho ukuthi ama-mudslides are starting, and everyone knows where to go. So we are starting to prepare into efana naleyo, so that we then look at what is relevant for the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and we implement what is relevant, not something that is going to be a problem in itself. With that said, we also do want to get a commitment from yourselves, but a commitment from community leaders and communities in general, that once we start implementing whatever measures that Culture is going to advise us on, kufuna sibambisane nomphakathi, so that kungabi sengathi uhulumeni o-imposayo, whatever we'll be implementing will indeed be in the interest of our people. Somloma, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to address this Workers' Parliament. It is indeed an honor to be here with you today, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to share the provincial government's thought on these important issues that are affecting us. As you know, KwaZulu-Natal is a province with a rich history of trade unionism. Our workers have played a leading role in the struggle for democracy and social justice in our country. Today, our workers continue to face many challenges. They are struggling with low wages, high unemployment, and a lack of access to basic services. These challenges are not unique to the province of KwaZulu-Natal. They are challenges that are faced by workers all over South Africa. However, we believe that KwaZulu-Natal has the potential to be a leader in the fight for a better future for workers. I think this is primarily exemplary when you see the relationship that the provincial government has with the unions in particular. We have a strong and vibrant trade union movement. We have government that is committed to social justice, and we have a population that is hungry for change. Together, we can build a better future for all workers in Kzn, all workers in Kzn. We can achieve this by working together and working today's wages and today's wages, create jobs and create employment, expand access to basic services, fight for social justice and equality. Working together, we can achieve the power to make a difference. Amanda, phambili ngabasebenzi, phambili ngabasebenzi, phambili. Siyabonga.
No, siyabonga kakhulu MEC Simelane on behalf of the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal. Ngiyafisa nje siqhubekele kwi item elandelayo. Colleagues, we are on the eve of the elections as this administration. Part of umsebenzi weshamthetho also ukuthi wherever we have gatherings sibe nayo u-IEC. Kodwa ke ikakhulu we have a responsibility as people of KwaZulu-Natal mhlawumbe in our various corners. Number of spoiled ballot papers. The developments that are there as well in terms of, I think my elections of la esizobe impela sinama political parties, including the independents. So, yes, now and again, whenever we interact, this Chapter 9 institution, fanele now simsondeze eduzane. Hence, we would like to invite Miss N. Bonani ukuthi azokhuluma nathi on IEC matters. Ishumi imzuzu, Miss Mbonani.
Good day, colleagues. I'm greetings to the members of the legislature, esteemed guests. My name is Notlanhla Mbonane. I work for the IEC. I'm here today representing Mr. Zungu, who is responsible for Zululand district. I come from Amajuba district, but nonetheless, we work for the same organization. I'd also like to report that the statistics and everything that I'll be sharing with you today will be sent through the coordinator so that she can distribute it for your consumption and analysis in your own time. We are gearing towards NPE, National and Provincial Elections, for 2024, and we are excited that there are changes that we will be implementing. We would like to see our democracy grow as an organization, so we are looking forward to engaging with all the stakeholders, imphakathi that we work with, sibachazela how things are going to be changing. But before we get there, before sifika la where we are going to be voting, we need to ensure that every eligible adult, a South African, has an opportunity to participate in elections through ensuring that e-registration is accessible to communities. I will speak to Ifrahed today, but I'd also elaborate on general practices throughout. If you look at a voter's roll of Vryheid municipality alone, it's currently standing at 97,044 voters, the whole of Vryheid. But when you go deeper into it and you look at the distribution in age groups, I will speak to the age group that is of utmost concern to us, especially as the IEC. The age group ka 18 to 19, out of the 97,000 registered voters, there are only 283 males between the age group 18 to 19 and 397 females. Kahlele, it is so bad. If you look at this age group, this is an age group where the assumption is we can access them in areas lapho bekwazi ukugatherisheka khona. But our biggest challenge remains that e-registration still remains a voluntary activity. So we can go to schools as the IEC, we can go to churches and community meetings. It honors the responsibility to evoke that citizenship. Kumele iqale ekhaya. And I'm glad that we are all here, we are part of families. We are the adults in our families, where we are supposed to be teaching our youth the importance of participating, the importance of making sure that you participate politically, democratically as well. Because kunale assumption yokuthi asifuni u-IEC uhambe etshela iy'ngane ukuthi azibe politically active zizodlebeleka. No, we have programs focused in schools where we teach active citizenry, where we teach rights and responsibilities, gama periods life orientation, as well as other platforms that we use to engage with learners, to entice them that they may register to vote. But we still have a lot to do and a whole lot of way to go before we reach. If you look at just the statistics, Zase Freihead, this looking at it is just an enrollment of one high school. If we were to really attend to it. We go out, we have a program, we have a continuous, we even have an MOU with the Department of Education where we go out to register learners. Also, another challenge that we have is getting hold of out of school youth. Laba bangafundi, abangekho kuma-tertiary institutions, abangasebenzi as well. We do have programs though, where we go out and do registration drives and even target areas where we feel there's a lot of youth that is there that we can get hold of. But we are supposing kunina and every member of the community, and we are saying as the IEC, we have extended platforms to register. We have online registration that allows you as a member of your community on a data and a smartphone to say, are you registered to vote? Would you like to vote? I'll give you access to my phone, you create your own profile and you register to vote. So it's not only now that you need to travel to the nearest IEC office or wait for registration weekends for you to be able to register, but even us, in our workplaces, we can encourage staff that kunama platforms that are readily available, provided that you are willing to assist. It is a very easy way. You go to www.elections.org.za, you create your own profile there and you register online. And there are security measures obviously put in place to ensure that people do not fraudulently register people, but it increases access for people to be able to register. With that said, la kusakholelwa khona ukuthi ngifuna ukuya station sami ngiyoregistela ukuvota khona. Ngomhla ka-18 to mhla ka-19 November 2023, all voting stations will be open for registrations from 8 to 5 for the 2 days. So it's the Saturday and the Sunday, and every other person will be there, ready to assist you to vote, to register, and also to assist you to check if your details are still in place. Addresses still remain a priority. So ngisho kuthiwa kudala wa-register, we still would like you to come and check if your address is still the one where you reside, and whether when it has changed, we are able to assist you. Another way that IEC has made registration so accessible is that even if uhlale Vryheid and you find yourself in Durban, you are able to go to any IEC office and register la where you ordinarily reside. Okuchaza ukuthi uma ngihlala eFryhead, ngiyakwazi ukufika e-office la ka-IEC in Durban and say, ngihlala eFryhead, this is my house number. They will be able to assist you and help you register correctly. So let's not just be confined ekuthenini ngizolinda kuvulwe isiteshi, but let's be proactive. And we are hoping that as we prepare as well for ama national and provincial elections, going forward as well, sidlulisa indlela yokuthi kube accessible. We will be recruiting a youth ezobiphuma to conduct voter education, and that youth will be recruited from the places, the wards where they reside. Nakhona, it's going to be done through e-recruitment, which means that youth needs to go to the IEC website, create their profiles, and then be able to apply for these jobs. That will be available nationwide. We currently have a variety of positions available, and we encourage and we are publicizing and spreading the word. Ukuthi please encourage those who are not employed to visit our website regularly and check for updates, because frequently now we are advertising and recruiting for the upcoming national and provincial elections. With that said, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity that you've given us, and we really hope that you will assist us in spreading the word and ensuring that the registration takes place in all the spaces that we exist. We encourage the online registration, we encourage assisting each other to access e-voting and ensure registration. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu, sithemba we will all participate. Ngiyaqala unga-adjust i-mic. Should the presenter is all right. Ngiyafisa acknowledge Honorable Chiliza, who's with us, no Honorable Makeba, Sekela Sihlalo woyihlalo. But also on virtual platform, we have Honorable CQ Madlopa, Honorable Swartboy, Honorable Mutli, and Honorable Machol. Ngiyafisa siye kwi-presentation elandelayo. Ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi the following presentations azoba in the virtual platform, except ezobe silekelelwa kuyona uNcamalala. May I then invite Mr. Edward Kambule from the Department of Employment and Labor to take us through.
Honorable,
Appreciate ukubona Kambule, then you can then switch off your mic bese uqhubeka ne-presentation.
thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, leadership of the trade union movement and federations, ladies and gentlemen. I greet you this morning. As the Department of Employment and Labor, we would like first to pledge our sincere support.
Disrupt. Ususibingelele kodwa sithe sicela uvele, then you can switch off the mic. Ukhuluma namalunga esishayamthetho, not
My
amalunga
camera is
eParliament.
Okay, thank you. My camera is on. I'm not sure what I see is my presentation. I don't see my face. Maybe it's still processing, but I've switched on my camera this side.
Asikuboni. Asime kancane islide. Uvele bese ke you can then put back the slide. Okay. No. Angazi, in the interest of time, asikuboni mfowethu.
I'm not sure what could be the reason because the camera is on, but I can see you. I can't see my face.
Siyayazi le mcimbi ama virtual platforms. Kodwa ke colleagues, in the interest of time, mhlambe asimcela aqhubeke singambonile. Thank you. You may continue, Mnumzane uKhambule.
Ngiyabonga, Sihlalo. A brief for it, Department of Employment and Labor today was just to talk about the challenges around the UIF and also touch base in terms of the capacity to enforce or deal with issues of national minimum wage, and as well as a brief in terms of the labor migration issues. The first slide is talking to the performance of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, Department of Labor, insofar as its mandate to process UIF claims. In terms, we've got three broad categories. The first one being the ordinary unemployment benefits, where we try to say within 15 days of receipt of the application, we have got to make a decision whether to approve or to reject such applications. So in the financial year that we're coming from 2022-2023, start all our application out 211,000 from that category. And below 211,000, sakwazi ukuprocessa our 191,000 nengxenye, 91% of application ngesikhathi. Kepha-ke siyakhathazeka noko ngo-9% ngoba phela lo 9% kusho ukuthi abantu abaningi kakhulu abangazange baprocesselwa ama-applications wabo e-UIF ngesikhathi. Sibe nenye i-broad category esiyibiza nge-in-service benefits. Yilo ma-benefits ayincluda uma ugula, illness benefits, maternity benefits, adoption benefits, or parental leave benefits, where people are still at work, but they are submitting their claims. And in terms of the target for the department, to say within 10 days of receipt of such applications, we should have made a decision. See, applications amounting to just more than 23,000, of which 19,000 nengxenye waprocesseka ngesikhathi, usho ukuthi 84%. Kepha-ke lo 16% yilabo bantu ababa ney'nkinga from which ama-major complaints are normally coming from. Ngeshwa-ke i-third category ile edibene ama-dependent benefits, lapho mhlawumbe umsebenzi eye washona khona esasebenza eyi-contributor, siye saba nabasebenzi-ke abaye bangeshwa bashona aba-1,804 kulo nyaka ondlule, sathola ama-applications from ama-dependents wakhona, of which 1,700 akwazi ukuprocesseka ngesikhathi. Nakhona i-target yalapho 20 working days, of which kusho ukuthi u-95% wakwazi ukuprocesseka, kepha-ke u-5% wangakwazi ukuprocesseka ngesikhathi. Sibe siphinde futhi sizimeasureishe ngokuthi mhlambe emveni kwaseyenziwe i-decision, how long does it take for us to process i-payments, because abantu basuke befuna imali zabo. So in terms of the target department, i-payment documents must be processed within 3 days emva kwe-approval leyo ye-claim. So ama-payments ke sizokhumbula ukuthi abanye abantu abakhokhelwa kanye, abuye depending ukuthi ama-credit abe ngakanani. Yingakho inamba yabantu nenamba yama-payments aprocesswa edlule ku-500,000, because we processed 593,000 sort of payment documentation, of which 557 wenzeka ngesikhathi. That sort of translates to 94%. Kuthatheke amanye processes in terms of ukuthi imali izoclearisheka irelease nini emveni kokuba eseprocessiwe lo ma-documents. So those are just the figures province ukuthi kwa-UIF senzeni ku-2022-2023. Next slide please. Kwi-slide esilandelayo-ke yilapho sikhuluma ngama-challenges lawo angizame ukukhuluma ngawo kulo mhlangano namhlanje. Siyavuma ama-challenges in terms of ukuthi ama-processes ethu ngendlela aqhubeka ngayo nendlela ama offices wethu aconfiguration ngawo sinenkinga yama long queues particularly in the morning session because abantu bakholelwa ukuthi mhlambe first come first serve basis mhlambe kuzovalwa engakasizakali lapho uthola ukuthi abantu as early as 5 or 6 o'clock they are already queuing outside the Department of Employment and Labor offices kodwa ke athi ama offices asawuvala uthola ukuthi abanye mhlambe abantu bese bezosayinela ama continuation forms bazoprocesseka nje uthola ukuthi by 11 or 12 lo queues asereduciwe kodwa every morning we are very popular in terms and siyakhathazeka ngama long queues abantu abafola ngaphandle kwamahhovisi omnyango wezabasebenzi enye into eyinkinga kakhulu ethande ukubambezela uprocess kwama applications nama payments indaba ye fraud so siqaphele kakhulu ukuthi there are so many people that are working in syndicates lapho umuntu engazange nje wasebenza khona kodwa a recruitwe ku create fictitious employer okanye create fictitious employment report ukuthi wasebenza inkampani ethizeni baze ngokuhlanganyana ngokubandakanya nama officials wethu amanye kuzofaka ama applications nama claims awumgunyathi thereby dipping on the funds zabasebenzi abasebenzele kanzima kusidalela inkinga kakhulu ke ngoba kuye kunyanzeleke ukuthi ama control measures abe more stricter and the more stricter the control measures sometimes kugcina sekuphazamiseke iflow yomsebenzi uthola ukuthi kuyadelay ingakumbi around ama payments because a lot of inquiries had to be generated around ukuthi now is taking relatively longer for imali yokuthi icheckwe iclearishwe kucheckwa ama bank accounts because abantu abenza ifraud sometimes they even go to the extent of diverting ama payments to the wrong accounts whereby in terms of the documentation process it was reflecting a different bank account so yizo izinto esithanda ukuba sibe nenamba zabo nama systems wethu ke ungabikho available kwawo ngesikhathi kuhambe kukhona load shedding kuba inkinga kakhulu ngoba ama processes wethu wonke are rely kuma IT processes then once kungabikho isystem akwazeki ukusebenzeka kwazeki ukuthatha kwama applications so yizo inamba lezo esizama ukuthi sidile nazo in terms of the department ukwenza isimo sibe ngcono like kulonyaka nje sishaya isystem entsha lapho siprocessa khona ama service claims ukuthi ama claims officers maka prioritize every day from 7:30 to 10 o'clock at drop everything else azame ukuprocessa ama claims lawa asuka kulomkhakha ngoba ayinkathazo kakhulu in terms of human capacity constraints umnyango anongqongqoshe ukwazile ukuthi asapprovele additional sort of a post whereby sizo umkhankaso wokuqasha ukwenzela ukuthi sizame uadd ama officials azolekelela ngale miga eminingi kangaka nalama applications amaningi kangaka esiwathola throughout ama labor centers wethu ukuqhubisana nendaba ze load shedding kuzanywa indlela zokuthi kube khona ama generators nama inverters azokwazi ukuthi noma ugesi ungekho kukwazeke ukusebenzeka noma kungasebenzeka ngespeed esijwayelekile sinalo nebhasi la kwa-UIF lapho sithi khona liya rover across the province kule indawo lapho singanama office khona ilona eliservice abantu ilona elifinyelela kwendawo lapho abantu bekude khona nama office kuzothi namhlambe noma mhlambe endaweni ethile kukhona abantu abaningi abadiliziwe then ibhasi indaweni ukuthi kulekele endaweni ukuthi abantu balindelwe ukuthi baye kuma labor centers kube ibhasi eliphumayo liyobalekelela njengasikhuluma nje likumkhankaso ngapha ngase Bergville uthukela region ukuqhubisana ne major retrenchments ezenzekile nokuqhubeka nama processes alabantu abadiliziwe ebebepheka ezikoleni abaphelelwe ama contracts then in terms of automate ama processes there are various projects whereby EUI Commissioner Office is busy trying to develop ama enhancements so that instead of ukuthi abantu beze emahhovisini bakwazi ukusebenza kuma self help kiosk bakwazi mhlambe uku-assessa through e-filing without them going to the offices. So there are quite some strategies that are being put in place in terms of improving the situation. The next topic was to talk around indaba ze-national minimum wage capacity esinayo kulo bullet underline laphayana. That is the total number of our inspectors at the Basic Conditions of Employment Act as well as our national minimum wage. KwaZulu-Natal, we've got 224 inspectors as labor centers across the province. The other categories of inspectors just for background information. The next slide. In terms of farmer inspections, the next slide, please. In terms of farmer inspections, enziwe kulo nyaka esiphuma kuwona yilama inspectors out 224 in the province. Akwazile ukuthi we target esasinawo ukuthi kwakufaneleke benze ama inspections out 34,508 bakwazile ukwenza ama inspections out 34,813 within. So kodwa ke amanye ama inspectors lawo amanye ama categories are performing according to the numbers, but I just was highlighting lawo enziwe ama inspections in terms of a national minimum wage. Next slide, please. In terms of amacala ngoba ama inspector once yenze inspection ithola ukuthi mhlambe there is an underpayment of a national minimum wage, kumele enforce giving the employer 14 days to rectify the underpayment. If then after 14 days that underpayment is not rectified, then the case has got to be referred further for further enforcement through our statutory services, and it has got to find its way to Labour Court or CCMA. So we received and processed 756 referrals as CCMA for arbitration because now my employers are comply and claim the underpayment of which
lesi sigaba ke mbukeli wa Kzn TV sokhulumisana naye ke usomlomo wasokwisha umthetho sosifunda sakaZulu Natal umama uNontembogo Boys sithole kabanzi ngaloku eParliament labasebenzi okuyilona ke iqhubekayo ke njengamanje sikubingelele somlomo sikwamukele ku Kzn TV.
Sicela ukubingelela kwena bese ngibingelela nakubabukeli be-1Kzn TV.
Kuntokozo enkulu ukuthi sibe nawe somlomo mhlawumbe ke siqale sibheke nje ukubaluleka kwayo lo iParliament labasebenzi elikhona namhlanje. Ukubaluleka kwalo leli Parliament.
iParliament elikhona namhlanje libaluleke kakhulu ngoba ilapho kuhlangana khona abasebenzi. Abasebenzi bahlangana ngenyanga kaMeyi kuyinyanga yabasebenzi bezodingida indaba ezibhekelele abasebenzi. Bayeke uthola ukuthi mhlambe kunezinto ezikhona kakhulukazi kwi-workplace ababanazo inkinga zabo ezinye uthola ukuthi zenziwa yi-lack of compliance to imithetho. Kukhona imithetho ebavikelayo kodwa engenziwa.
Mhlawumbe ezinye zezinto ezivelile izolo ngesikhathi kade sikhuluma nabo nje abaholi bama-unions izolo somlomo ukukhathazeka ukuthi abantu besifazane still they are not well represented when it comes to leadership position. Into ekhathaza kangakanani nanokuthi into olindele ukuthi ikhulunywe kangakanani njengoba nje kukhona leli Parliament labasebenzi.
Look, angikwazi ukulindela ukuthi abasebenzi bazokhulumana. Kodwa uma i-theme yabo isithi ba celebrate 50 years of collective bargaining, lapho bazobe bezodefenda i-recognition of worker rights. Ngicabanga ukuthi izovela indaba yokuthi how a worker is represented at all levels, including at the senior level. But also, mabekhuluma nge-representation, it's issue of recognition of skills and experience. Ngicabanga ukuthi bazozikhuluma lezo zinto. Kodwa futhi ngiyazi ukuthi bazokhuluma nendaba ze-worker conditions, ukuthi injani workplace, compliance with the law. So I think they will be issuing specific workplaces in the province. Lapho mhlambe baneyinkinga khona, I am expecting that.
Kulonyaka nikhethe ukuthi nilenzele la iParliament labasebenzi base-Vryheid. Zikhona izathu ezenza ukuthi mangabe nibheka ukuthi kulonyaka alizwe la endaweni yase-Vryheid.
Into eziyenze siye sibuke ukuthi beliye kuphi bekugcine nini kuya. Kodwa yini ebalekile ngeVryheid ke uma sesize eZululand. Most of the working places here zinabantu aba-vulnerable because angithi kune-retail sector, abantu basebenza ey'tolo isikakhulu. Yebo ikhona ama-district offices, kodwa abaningi bazosebenza emaplazini, basebenza ey'tolo. So labo bantu abalapha isikhathi esiningi abanye uthola ukuthi abekho permanent and abanamalungelo kahlehle, except laba abasebenza ku-government. Laba abasebenza ku-private sector ngabantu abangekho represented.
Abanye baveza ukuthi ngazi ukuthi usuku olulodwa nje la somlomo olusetshenziswa uma ngabe ubheka inkinga ebhekene nabasebenzi alwanele. Zikhona mhlawumbe indlela zokuthi mangabe eqhubeka isikhathi singabona kuba khona ama-changes in terms of usuku mhlawumbe kube ukuthi liyangezwa kube nje usuku olulodwa kuphela olusetshenziswayo ukuthi kubhekane nenkinga ebhekene nabasebenzi.
I-program ye-legislature kangiboni ukuthi mina nawe sizokwazi ukuxoxa sifike lapho kuyona. Ngoba no, ngikwazi uku-review i-program ye-legislature ngimelana nawe.
Asibonge kakhulu ke somlomo.
Yes, sir.
Usomlomo-ke besikade sikhuluma naye-ke uyena umama uNontembeko Boyce esichazela nje ngokubaluleka kwalo-ke nje kwiphalamende labasebenzi okuyilona eliqhubekayo-ke la kubaqulusi endaweni yase-Vryheid.
Comments, and now it's on its way to NETLEC and the parliamentary processes. That goes together with the some of the amendments in terms of the Employment Services Act. Hence, then I've attached the slides that indicate the sections that are intended to be sort of amended in the Employment Services Act to strengthen the enforcement of the provision that talk to labor migration. I think the slides are there, Chairperson, for information in terms of where we are as the department in this regard. But currently, whilst we're waiting for these amendments and the promulgation of the National Labor Migration Policy, we do, in collaboration with Department of Home Affairs, immigration officers, SAPS, and other stakeholders, conduct joint operations where we target some of these areas. Although there are policy gaps that are aimed to be be improved in terms of these amendments, we do still conduct an elementary kind of inspections in terms of dealing with these particular issues. And we will be holding sessions with the stakeholders in terms of discussing the provisions of these key amendments that are on the pipeline. I thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Sikholwa ukuthi ke awuzosilahlekela ngoba sizofanele sibambane kwisikhathi la sithi siyabuza and siyadiscuss. Ngikusho ke ikakhulukazi ngoba you are on a virtual platform. Ngiyafisa also siqhubeka neprogram acknowledge Honorable Gumede Danenkosi. Acknowledge Honorable Mtshali Magalela Gazi ngaze ngasahlale kunakahle. Ngiyafisa also acknowledge Deputy Mayor waseBaqulusini Honorable Mazibuko Putin. Ngenzela bazi ukuthi uPutin is one of our own, so fanele simphathe kahle sonke. Ngamanje mekulinyazwa uPutin sengasike kulinyazwe bonke oMazibuko. No, ngiyacela siqhubeke neprogram as indicated ke sisakhuluma nesect ukuthi uCCMA usithene down, so sicela ukudlula siye kwelandelayo. The Transnet mitigation strategies on the issues of road congestion, post-April floods, and safety and security and well-being of workers. Asicele ke uTransnet, we are told it will be Mr. P sessions. I would like to hand over to you, sir, but also will request that you put on your video so that we can see you, then you can switch it off when we are doing the presentation. Support staff. Ngiyacela simbheke, because I was under impression that all the presenters that are expected to present have connected virtually. Kodwa ke sesingamenza abe at present kokulandelayo ngoba I'm worried about the weather condition. We are getting some warnings, particularly on the southern part of the province. Ukuthi athanda ukunyukela, so ngiyafisa sifike kusakhanya. Asicele Nxamalala, MEC Agriculture and Rural Development, on behalf of MEC for Economic Development, we started through on the transformation programs to address unemployment in the province. Maphume Phethe.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Speaker, chair of chairs, deputy chair of chairs, MECs present, all members of the legislature are present, which are present, mayor of Abakulusi and all councillors, leaders of the federations, ladies and gentlemen. We want to appreciate the opportunity given to us to reflect on economic transformation programs aimed at addressing the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Honorable Chairperson, it is a matter of common cause that the various economic transformation studies reveal that despite our successes on broad range of government policies, strategic interventions aimed at overcoming economic disparities, the entrenched inequalities continue to characterize our economy and act as a barrier for economic growth, development, and employment creation. Inequalities continue to manifest itself in a number of ways, such as race, gender, and high rate of youth unemployment. Honorable Chairperson, on radical economic transformation policy, as we understand it within government, it is a strategy designed for Black people to own the existing and new enterprises, to allow Black people to manage and control enterprises for equitable representation of Black people in the workplace, to promote skills development, to encourage enterprises and supply development, and to implement triple BEE through preferential procurement and socio-economic development. Furthermore, as we know it, triple BEE code of good practice describe that we must apply triple BEE measures whenever government is involved in the three key areas: on the issue of ownership, supplier, and enterprise development, licensing, just to mention the few. It is therefore not that the government policy that there are unscrupulous individuals who are working against the aims and objectives of the economic transformation. Honorable Chairperson, as the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we have not only theoretically defined radical economic transformation, but we have adopted programs with clear targets to help us to achieve radical economic transformation. We have emphasized that radical economic transformation means that we must implement the policies and programs that we developed. And allow me, Honorable Chairperson, to share with the House these progressive initiatives that we will be embarking on as the government to drive radical economic transformation. First one is the Operation Vula program. Operation Vula is centered on strengthening local economies and reorientating them to become effective on production, information processing, and spatial development. The government will support and promote local economic development and local small-scale industries. Operation Vula will be realized through township and local areas such as rural economic areas and rural economic revitalization. It will be through radical economic transformation that will be able to implement RASET program and black industrialist programs. We think we have identified the following commodities for this program. One will think this program will focus on infrastructure development, on construction, on agriculture production, focusing on fertilizers, bakery, furniture, chemicals, and paper and toilet paper manufacturing. We are clear that this program will focus on those areas, and if we are able to implement it correctly, imisebenzi izokwazi ukuthi yakheke ngale program. The second program is on public procurement. As part of building a non-racial society, we have resolved to strategically utilize the public procurement to help us reverse the racial inequalities that are confronting or making us not to enter into economic, to advance on economic transformation. In this regard, the provincial government has resolved that the procurement policy must empower the historical disadvantaged, particularly Africans in particular, within the ethos of developmental state, pro-inclusive economic growth and non-racialism. To demonstrate our resolve to deepen radical economic transformation, the province successfully organized the groundbreaking procurement indaba in August 2015. That indaba adopted a far-reaching resolutions that we will be implementing and will assist in transforming economy in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable Chairperson, on RASET, as the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we have resolved that for land reform to be successful, the agrarian structure of our economy must also change. The current structure excludes the majority of small-scale farmers. It is dominated by few large farmers who dominate the whole agricultural value chain. We want to change this pattern. The provincial government has initiated the RASET program, which is geared to mitigate our agrarian challenges. RASET model is aimed at improving the value chain of food production and supply for underprivileged farmers and emerging agro-businesses. It also seeks to create an alternative value chain in order to bypass structural barriers associated with the existing value chain. The model assists in creating opportunities for youth and women, increase food security, improve market opportunities for previously disadvantaged farmers, and reduce dependence on state support, as well as increase agricultural land utilization. On township agriculture economy as one of the other programs, research shows that the integration of local economies into the mainstream economy forms the epicenter of any radical economic transformation. It is our view that a strong national economy is only possible through the flourishing network of local economies, as these give resilience in times of crisis. As we pursue transformation of the provincial economy, we are promoting localization of flow of funds within our communities. We are trying to deal with the issue esibhekene nayo la khona emalokishini ethu nasemakhaya ethu, ama-tuck shops nezitolo zonke nje sekwezinye izandla. We are going to assist labo abangazirentile izitolo zabo townships as well as emakhaya with the funding so that bezokwazi ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi bakwazi ukusirculate imali within ama-township emakhaya, but they're also focusing with bulk buying because we think into egcina iseyenzeka ukuthi ama-talk shop owners ahamba ayothenga kaSpar abuya kule mali esinkweni abasithola kaSpar then bangayenzi profit yet laba ababarenta izitolo baconcentrate bulk buying bayothenga nje bona with reduced prices then bakwazi ukwenza i-profit benga-add kwimali yomuntu ovele se-add i-profit yakhe like oSpar. We want to be deliberate in assisting emakhaya ethu nasemalokishini ukuthi laba abangazidayisile ngeke sinikeze i-funding kubantu abadayise abarentisa izitolo. Sifuna abantu babuye bazirane bona izitolo bese uhulumeni ba-assist on that. That's the main aim yalo township and rural township program. On black industrialists, this house will be familiar with the national government initiative scheme directed at creating large and competitive black industries in key sectors identified in the industrial action plan, particularly in those sectors with potential to significantly drive economic growth. In order to provide more structured and tailored assistance in the province, we have established a provincial black industries program to develop the KwaZulu-Natal Black Industries projects pipelines and support them to access national national grant funds. Our provincial DFAI, such as Growth Fund and ITAL, have been directed to prioritize projects that meet the black industrialist criteria as set out in the DTIC policy. Therefore, we think we can report that we have about 35 based black industries in KwaZulu-Natal that have received an amount of more than 700 million of grants from the DTIC. This has created about 4,000 job opportunities in the province in the sectors such as pharmaceutical, paper and pulp, chemical, cloth and textile. This initiative is having huge socio-economic benefit and will unlock industrial potential whilst radically changing the pattern of ownership in the province and in the country. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Siyabonga kakhulu Nxamalala. Can we then go back to Transnet? Paul?
Greetings, colleagues, and greetings to the chairperson, MECs, the honorable speaker, Labour leaders, members of the Workers' Parliament, and other guests. I just want to ask if my colleague Ashley Haridas could put up our presentation so that it's visible for the members of this Parliament.
Before he puts the presentation, would you please show us your face? Put your video on, please, so as to ascertain that it's Paul.
Yes, Chair. I've put my video on. I hope you can see me.
Uwe ngathi udaba olufanayo.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Am I audible still?
You are not visible. You are audible.
I'm not. Oh, sorry, my camera is on from our side, but I'm aware there's a storm where we are sitting in the port of Richards Bay, so I'm not sure if that is affecting the connection.
Okay, you may continue.
Thank you, Chair. Again, thank you for allowing Transnet the opportunity to present. I want to just note that there are multiple operating divisions within Transnet. We are made up of the National Ports Authority, of which I work at. We also have Transnet Port Terminals, who are the terminal operators offloading the vessels and ships that enter our ports. We've got Transnet Freight Rail, who are also present in this meeting, as well as Transnet Properties and Transnet Pipelines. I believe today that we will be dealing with, I will be dealing with the first part of our presentation, which relates to the floods and the recovery of the floods at the Port of Durban. And then I will be handing over to my colleagues from Transnet Freight Rail, who will be taking you through the matters that you've raised around the freight rail matters. If we could please proceed to the next slide. Thank you. Obviously, TNPA, we actually, Transnet National Port Authorities, we are the division of Transnet responsible for the safe, effective and efficient economic functioning of the national port system. Our ports are made up of Richards Bay, Durban, East London, Port Elizabeth, Mossel Bay, Cape Town and Saldanha. You can go to the next slide, please. In terms of the Act, we are governed by the National Port Act number 12 of 2005. What's crucial for that is that we are a landlord port authority, so we are responsible for the land use of the port and improving and developing and controlling land use in the port area. We're the controller of port services, so tugs, marine operations, pilotage services, the helicopter which takes pilots and dredging fall under us. Like all government departments, we are a change agent. We are responsible for advancing the previously disadvantaged and promoting their representation and participation in our terminal operations. Crucially, we are a controller of port navigation and vessel navigation around the coast of South Africa. We also are coordinators with other state agencies. So the TNPA, we work very closely with provincial government, local governments and national governments, as well as other parastatal institutions. We are marketers and administrators, and crucially, we are master planners. You can proceed to the next slide. Thank you. In terms of the Port of Durban, I just want to orientate you. The Port of Durban is the most economically productive and busiest port in South Africa. It has 58 berths. It has 20 marine craft. You can see the capacities. The port sits right within the city of eThekwini municipality, and it is made up of a number of differing commodities. We've got automotive, containers, dry bulk, break bulk, liquid bulk, and the containers, and then as well as ship repair and shipbuilding facilities within the delineated boundary. The red boundary that you see on this map is the boundary that falls within the responsibility of the Transnet National Port Authority. You can proceed to the next slide. This is the port of Richards Bay, which also is a crucial port within KwaZulu-Natal. This is the biggest coal terminal in purple you can see in the bottom right quadrant of the map, which is the Richards Bay coal terminal. Behind that, we have liquid bulks, liquid natural gas and liquid petroleum gas facilities in pink. To the other side of the bay, we've got a range of bulk commodities, dry bulk, and crucially, this has 22 berths, 8 marine craft, and you can see this is actually the biggest port in the South African port system with a land area of 3,773 hectares. So the Port of Durban and a variety of other ports could comfortably fit into the space of this. This is also crucially a deep water port and a major exporter of coal. Just to orientate you with that, and again, the red boundary delineates the area under the control of Transnet National Port Authority. Please proceed to the next slide. Sorry, colleagues, the slides are still stationary. If you could go to the next slide. Okay, thank you. What we've got here is the Bay Head Road. One of the crucial matters that issues that took place in the April floods of 2022 was there was a major washaway of Bay Head Road. Bay Head Road is the major road that connects the container terminals in the Port of Durban, as well as the liquid bulk terminals at the Island View precinct to the national and provincial road corridors. Bay Head Road is probably the road that carries the highest value of cargo in South Africa and is one of the busiest roads in terms of freight movements in Southern Africa. This flood, as you can see on the left picture, there was some serious damage due to the canal. The road, the entrance into the port area was completely washed away. What we want to show you on the right-hand picture is by 17th of June 2023, this was completed. This should say June 2022, apologies, that's a date. And you can see that the road has been restored where we first reinforced the lane that was remaining and made sure that was safe, and then proceeded to redirect that road on the road reserve and ensure this road could be operational and fully functional again. And this was achieved in less than 2 months by the Port Authority. Please proceed to the next slide. Yeah, thank you. This is another picture of again another orientation of Bay Head Road, and you can indicate and you can see the damage. It even damaged key walls there, as well as other crucial infrastructure. And as you can see, again, this was restored within the same period. You can proceed to the next slide. This was the canal restoration. Thank you, colleagues. This is now the Bay Head Park. This is where we have a number of ship repair and shipbuilding facilities. As you can see on the left-hand picture, there was some extreme damage and washaway. And on the right-hand side, this is what has taken place again within 2 to 3 months. And that is the picture of what's there. You can proceed to the next slide. Ashley, if you can please move to the next slide. Thank you. Thank you. Crucially, one of the key matters that we dealt with was the noting that we have a single road access into the Port of Durban, the container and liquid bulk terminals, which are two of the most crucial economic terminals for the province and the country. So what we also did in this process was not just that we restored Bay Head Road, but we have actually built a new bypass road completely to mitigate any future risks. What you can see on the left-hand side is the new road, which is now operational and is completely functional. It was opened earlier this year. And as you can see on the right, that's the road that moves up. And we have even opened up an area adjacent to that road for potential staging of trucks or holding of trucks in moments of where there are extreme congestion, and we can pull those trucks into that space quickly to relieve any road congestion and road issues that may be backing up onto the municipal or provincial road networks. Thank you. You can go to the next slide. Crucially, colleagues, we just wanted to share with you is the status updates of all these projects. I've kind of spoken to you about them. The Bay Head Road rehabilitation, which was from the collapse. We have completely completed that. As you can see in the right-hand side, that is the progress to date. The Bay Head Road bypass has been completed 100%. The Bay Head Canal rehabilitation has been completed 100%. The Bay Head Park rehabilitation has 100%. The only project which remains under construction and repair is the Bay Head Harbour intake substation and rehabilitation, and this relates to the intake substation had some extensive damage, and that is underway and it's 35% complete. The dry docks where we actually have ships come in and vessels and our tugs that are repaired there was actually severely damaged, and as you can see, we have now got the dry dock pump house completely repaired. Workshop 24, which is a crucial facility where our staff repair the tugs, pilot boats, and a number of other vessels that come in there, is also now 100% complete. And the Bay Head precinct, the buildings that are owned by ourselves and operated by our staff are also fully repaired and back and operational to date. Thank you. You can move to the next slide. In terms of, yes, next slide, thank you. The decongestion initiatives, we just also note that there has been some congestion. In terms of the Durban I've spoken about, we have set up a decongestion forum committee that meets every second week. This committee encompasses all port stakeholders. It's a bi-weekly meeting where terminal operators, port users, municipal government, provincial government, and then key trucking operators attend. These then have a number of subcommittees that deal with a variety of issues and have put in a number of projects to mitigate any potential truck congestion that can be dealt with, and teams then deal with that. We've also done the bypass road, which I've shared in those pictures before, which has allowed for tipper and tanker trucks to use in their access and has then pulled them off the roads and completely stopped them from causing congestion events. And then we've created the truck holding areas adjacent to Bay Head Road. As I showed you, for moments where there's extreme congestion, we can pull these trucks in there and then release them in a more coordinated way with our terminal operators to do that. You can go to the next slide. The last one is on Richards Bay, because we are obviously also reporting on the port that falls within the province. We note that there's been some extreme congestion events at this port. This is largely due to the sharp demand in coal, international coal for energy, and South African coal, which is very much seen as premium coal. This is not coal. The coal that's being exported is excess capacity than that's required for the Eskom stations. That coal first goes there. This is all the coal that's excess and then can be sold on international markets. Then we have set up a multi-stakeholder decongestion committee, again, which meets every 2 weeks. In this, we've got SANRAL, KZN, DOT, we have the city of Umhlatuzi, we have port users, truckers, and the mining companies. And in this, we deal with issues and have been putting mitigations in place with these various users to relieve some of the issues. There is also a daily war room for truck decongestion that has been set up by the port, on which all terminal operators are mandated to attend and flag issues of risk, and decisions can be taken on a daily basis to resolve any issues of congestion. We have created additional truck holding areas within the Port of Richards Bay. So we've increased our truck holding facilities from 90 bays to 300 bays, so that we've more than tripled our truck holding space to pull trucks off the public roads. We've also introduced a color coding system, which allows trucks to be our security and operations teams to identify the location of where trucks must go within the port, so that they can make quick decisions and those trucks don't start backing up and clogging up the system. We've also started the implementation of a satellite registration process where the permits that truckers and drivers need to get in the port can do this remotely, and that doesn't mean they get stuck in queues at the port gate. We've also introduced with the terminal operators a pull system where trucks book slots and then would be expected to only arrive when they've got a booked slot. And then we have set up a security and ops WhatsApp group with all security officials, all terminal operators, all law enforcement from government side, where issues in a very live space can be discussed and decisions can be made and executed. Thank you, Chair. This brings my component of the presentation together. I'd like to hand over to Transnet Freight Rail, who will take you through the freight rail components.
Thank you so much. Can we take the very last presentation? Which will be done by Department of Mineral Resources. Uncedisa Mahala.
There's a second part of this presentation which is going to be done by Ritsani. He's on the
Oh, sorry. Sicela ukuthatha the second part of presentation ka-Transnet. Then ke bese silandela it will be done by Ritsani.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to to everyone and all protocol observed. I'll just go straight into the presentation, Chair. So I am looking after the container corridor, which is the corridor that runs from Durban all the way to Johannesburg. And I'm also representing Ali Motala, who's not here. He's looking after the North Corridor that runs from Lephalale all the way to Richards Bay. So I will basically be handling both presentations. So basically what you see on the slide as it is now, so the North Corridor and the Container Corridor, they are the two key corridors that are within the, the KwaZulu-Natal, province. And you will see there in terms of percentage contribution, they contribute almost 40% of revenue, to the Transnet freight rate. And these two corridors, basically, as I said, the container corridor mainly focuses on the containers and other commodities like fuel and timber, and then the North Corridor mainly focuses on coal. And then you will see that within the Transnet stable, there are three key that we normally term as key binding constraints, which are the issues of lack of locomotives, infrastructure, and security. These three binding constraints are really what are the things that are really holding us back in terms of delivering what we should deliver. And I know for a fact that the biggest concern has always been on, the road that has been congested by trucks and the rail that seem not to be working the way it should. So those are the three key things that are really hampering us. More so on the North Corridor, when you start talking about the locomotive, the 1064 contract that was since suspended. And you will recall that not long ago, we had a meeting with the president, and he since instructed our Minister of Public Enterprise to go to CRCC, that is in China, to try and really broker a deal in terms of, getting assistance from the Chinese from the contract that was since, suspended. So we're still awaiting the feedback of that, because out of that, you will then see that, we will be able to start getting back to the number of capacity that we need to have. So the other issue of the infrastructure, there has been, an underinvestment that we've done on our lines. And I think that is becoming evidence in terms of the reliability of the network that we are having. And of course, the issue of security, very, very problematic, more so impacting on the Durban to Johannesburg line, more so around the area of, Moy River to Lions River. That's where our biggest headache is in terms of security. So we are having serious problems, because if you look at that line, 40% of the incidents that are happening within Transnet Freight Rail are happening on this particular line. So issues of theft has become a serious problem, and that's where one area that I think also the provincial government could really come in handy. Next slide. So you will see that on the next slide, the biggest focus of how do we improve this situation focuses on locomotives. Because in any railway, there is no railway that will exist without locomotives. So if locomotives are not there, we'll continuously have this challenge that we're having, and we'll continuously have this problem of trucks that are really congesting our roads. So you will see, I'm not gonna go through the details of this, Chair. It is really an indication of some of the work that is being done in the background to try and speak to the different OEMs to get back the long-standing locomotives that we need to get back. As a number, there was about 189 locomotives of the 369 that have been standing that are belonging to the CRRC, which is quite a huge number, more than 50% of the locos that we have really purchased that are supposed to be helping us to really move the cargo. Then if you look at some of the quick wins, Chair, on the next slide, it's really about some of the nuts and bolts of things. If you can go to the next slide, Ashley. The nuts and bolts things that we are doing, a lot of them has to do with network availability. I've already touched on the issues of locomotives. where we are trying to make sure that, we do some of the maintenance that we need to do on the line to try and get us to an acceptable level of line availability. So this is just going into the details to really talk about that. But I think most importantly is, if you look at the next slide, is really just to try and you will know that as rail, we have been heavily impacted, especially on the container corridor during the floods. You will see that this is the slide that depicts, the challenges that we've had during the floods and where we are. We have since opened all the lines. Everything should be back to normality. However, the biggest challenge that we still have was around the line, the Mount Vernon area, where we're still dealing with some embankment there. So we should get the line back by today. I think that was the day that was committed to. And we're still also working in the Bayhead area. By the 2nd of July, we should get that back. And then lastly, the biggest challenge that we are having to get back to normality is the issues of theft. Because as we are fixing the line, they are continuing to steal the cable, as I've said, the hotspot being between Moy River and Lions River. That is really the biggest challenge that we are having, that we really need to get to the bottom of it. I'll just jump to the last slide, Chair, of really what help do we need. I think the issue of law enforcement, I cannot emphasize that more, where we really need help to really get the network to an acceptable standard where we tighten law enforcement to make sure that we avoid theft of and vandalism of our equipment. Chair, let me pause there. I know that there was another part to it, but I'll hand over back to you, Chair.
Thanks, Rodzani, and thank you, Chair. It's Ashley Haridas who's going to do the final part for Transnet. Apologies for Mrs. Nantokozo Hadebe, and all protocols observed. So I'll get on straight with the presentation. It's just 2 slides.
Angivunyelwa ukulishayela lolu hlelo. Besithiwe sine-presentation ka Paul and abesenikeza the presenter oqedayo. Ngiyacela sidlulele kwi-presentation elandelayo. Can we then take a presentation from Department of Minerals? Can we then ask Mr. Ncedisa Mahala to present before us?
Yeah. Morning, Chair. I'm under load shedding. I'm not sure if the picture will actually assist. I tried to show my video on your screen, but in my office it's a load shedding, but we will try to make the presentation.
Thanks for showing your face. You can then share you can switch it off and then you can share the presentation with us.
Thank you so much. My name is Ncedisa Mahala from Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, based here in Durban office. I'll be just providing the role of DMRE within the mining space. What is it that we are doing as the department? And our role as well nationally, and also try to zoom it in the province. What opportunities are there within the KZN province? The presentation program director will be shared. Greetings to all the leaders of government, the workers, everyone else that is present, Chair, and I observe all the protocol. Our presentation will be a quick one. just to explain what is it that we do as a Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. Basically, the
Ncedisa.
department is the regulator of the mining sector.
Ncedisa.
We regulate the
Ncedisa.
mining industry.
Ncedisa. As long as their background is about within 10 minutes of your presentation. Ngicela ube within 10 minutes of your presentation, but asibonike ne presentation, we just seen the screen, a blank one for that matter.
Is it? I'm sharing my screen. It
Okay.
from my side. It says
Now
it's shared.
sesiyasibona.
But yeah, I will be within the.
Within 10 minutes, ne?
I'll be within the 10 minutes. You can see it now.
Yes.
Okay, sure. No, I'll be quick. Yeah, no, our role is just to regulate the mining sector. Primarily, we seek to contribute to the country and employment. As you will know that the mining sector is the key sector in terms of the economy. It's one of the biggest pillars within the South African economy. Our key legislation that we used, it's Minerals and Petroleum Resources Development Act, Mine Health and National Management Act. Those are the key legislation that we mineral rights that we adjudicate or we give to potential miners. We have a prospecting right. A prospecting right is a right that allows anyone wants to set off first before you say you want to mine. So you do your prospecting to check if you are looking for coal. You check if in that particular farm there's a coal. Once that has been established that there is a mineral to be exploited in that particular area, you then convert your prospecting right to a mining right, meaning now which gives you the opportunity to go fully for the mining operation. That mining right can be at any period between 1 year to 30 years, which is renewable, because now we know that there is a commodity to exploit. So it depends on the amount that are there, but you can mine up to 30 years. If there's still something, you can renew it for another 30 years. And then the third right, mineral right that we have is the mining permit. Mining permit is designed for small scale miners because it's less strict in terms of what is it that is required to have these mining rights. And it's limited to a minimum or to a maximum of 5 hectares. This is designed to make sure that communities emerging small scale miners are able to be legalized through that process. It's a avenue that we use as a department to make sure that we bring along small scale operation and we try to legalize them. That's a very good type of a mineral right for communities and small business operations. So those are rights that we have within the department. Quickly, Chair, just to give you the economics, how we are doing as a department within the mining space. For example, in 2022, the primary sales were at 1.18 trillion. That the primary, everything that was sold within the country, it was 1.18 trillion, which allows us to contribute now as the sector, as the mining sector, about 7.5% to the GDP of the country. And of course, the tax that comes from the mining companies in 2022, it was recorded at around 89 billion, just over that particular financial year. Then there is a provision of royalties that were paid as well in 2022. Royalties is the additional tax that we levy the mining companies for exploiting the resources that are not renewable. We compensate, the mining companies compensate communities because these minerals belong to South Africans, but we give rights to mining companies to exploit them. So over and above the tax, we levy royalties to make sure that there is extra compensation that goes
Ncedisa, angazi uba
to the
nomuvela
communities.
Ncedisa,
This money is also,
angazi ukuthi uba nomuvela
Aye.
your presentation, but it doesn't move.
it doesn't move.
Cha.
Okay, let me, from my side, it's moving. Maybe just an issue of a network, chairperson. What slide are you seeing now? Which slide can you see, program director?
Yeah, still on the first slide, the very first one.
The very first.
IT.
Been moving. Hey.
IT guys. Who IT was a sledge? You don't know what's wrong. Must be from this side.
Alternative chair, I can continue with the presentation without being flighted. I will send it to the organizers once I'm back online after the load shedding.
Akwazi
For the
kuba
sake of
akwazi
time.
kuba wena go dictate such terms. It cannot be you.
I'm
Sine
recalling-
challenge. It's the chairperson's responsibility then to say, how do we then come out? Did
I'll
you
wait for
share
the
with the staff from the legislature?
No, I did not share because we're currently under load shedding. Our emails are down.
Cha phela ngisho Ncedisa wazanga manje ukuthi uzopresent fanele ngabe sinawo so as to deal with such challenges. You know.
No,
Asingay debate. Cha, angeke si
the
debate.
department will only find it out actually an hour.
Yabona once safuna ukuqala ukuyi debate so fanele si prove ukuthi sikhulume nini nani. It's a mistake that we have done. But ke nevertheless fanele sithole a possible solution. Kodwa now sekuyinkinga ye plenary. I plenary sekufanele decide ukuthi senze njani. It cannot be you. With due respect. Colleagues, asinayo the hard copies. No, thiwe ikhona kwi-staff sase-legislature. Ngiyayifisa indlela mhlambe engaya phambili. Noma are you able to? I'm seeing the hand on my left. Ngizocela i-intro bra bese.
My name is Moses Awe. We want to propose that they continue with the presentation, but they send it to us before the end of the day today. We will try and note the presentation for questions and for clarity purposes. Thank you.
Okay, here is the proposal. It seems as if ngathi siyaxazululeka inking, but if ayixazululeki, any seconder to the proposal made by Umuz, Kapis.
Siyabonga Mhlali, cha siyahambisana nombono kaMfowethu Zaba.
Siyabonga kakhulu, ngicabanga ukuthi there is no counter proposal. Can we then continue? Sicela uqhubeke if ibane kahle egatsheni. If iyakwazi ukuqhubeka asiqhubezele but meqhubeka if the challenge still persists siyocela ke kuthathwe the proposal that has been put before the house and it was seconded. You may then continue.
No, thank you, Program Director. Yes, on the overview of because I wanted just to give some economics, how the mining industry is contributing to the sector so that we can appreciate the role of the mining sector itself. In 2022, the sales of mineral sales at 1.18 trillion rand. That is a total sale throughout the mining industry nationally, which allows us to contribute about 7.5% to the South African economy. The taxes were recorded about the company tax at 89 billion rand, royalties, which I just explained before we had the discussion, that the royalties is the extra tax that we do to the mine for exploiting the non-renewable resources and extra compensate the owners of the resources, which are South Africans, all South Africans. All these taxes, Program Director, go through the national realm, where they go through the issues that the government does with the development and so forth. That is the contribution of the mining sector. In terms of employment nationally, we are currently sitting at about 472,000 workers on the employment. That's the national picture that we wanted to bring to the attention of the meeting. Just to quickly zoom in, how big are we as the province of the sales? You will appreciate that Mpumalanga is sitting at 27% in terms of the contribution and the KwaZulu is at 3%. We're not a big province in terms of the mining sector, but we are contributing 3%. It's not, it cannot be undermined. We contribute about 3% to the mining GDP as the KwaZulu-Natal. And then, Chair, just to give you the final slide, which talks to our sector within the province. In 2022, we had about 35 billion rand sales. We achieved that as a mining sector. The employment in the province is sitting at about 12,000 workers. That is the contribution to the 472 that I talked about nationally. 12,000 of those workers are from KwaZulu-Natal. And then what is it that we mine here in the province? It's titanium minerals. Titanium minerals, you will know that we have RPM and Tronox as those two mining companies that are exploiting those commodities. It's basically used for a paint industry. We produce worldwide. We're number 2 globally in terms of production titanium minerals. So KZN on its own, it's really contributing a lot, about 25% of the global output of titanium minerals. And then, of course, one of the key commodities that we have, it's a coal deposits, and then you will have your aggregates, which is the rock mining, your stones that we use for infrastructure development, sand and so forth. Those are our key commodities within the province. But there are new developments because the province is underexplored The main focus since 80s and all the boom of the gold and diamond, it's always been around Gauteng and Northwest. But there are new developments. For example, we have potential for battery minerals like lithium. There is exploration that's going on within the province. We have iron ore potentials within the province, and there are those exploration that are currently going on. So in future, we will see such commodities being part of the mix that we produce within KZN. And then what is it that we plan to do? Because part of our job, as I indicated earlier on, is to make sure that there is employment creation in the mining sector. So for KwaZulu-Natal alone, for this particular financial year, we planned at least to create an addition of about 400 new potential jobs between now and April next year. So in a nutshell, that is what we do. Thank you so much, Program Director, and we do apologize for the network issues, and the presentation will be sent to the organizers. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Can we then move to the next item? The question and answer session to all the presentation that has been made or since this morning. This has been presented before us since this morning. May I invite hands? Sicela ukuyithatha at once. Bese ke silindela izimpendulo. Workers Parliament delegates and also members of the public. Ngizocela ukunipha inamba. Then ke mase siresponda siyokuzethula bese ke sibulala leyo number ngegama. Number 1. Sengicishe ngiyasho. Number 2. Number 3. Number 4 umfowethu. Number 5. Number 6. Those are the hands. Khona isandla esikhona from the gallery lapha ya emuva. Ngicela ni note exolani nabo nesto silapha emuva. You'll be number 7 mfowethu. So those are the hands esizinothile. Angicele ke siqale.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Firstly, we want to welcome all the presentation presented. Mine is to comment on the presentation that was made by Transnet. The first question that we want to raise is in relation to a war room that they are talking about, that they are actually conducting war rooms. We want to understand who are the stakeholders that sit in that particular war room. Oh, my name is Moses Agwe, once again. Thank you. So we want to understand who are the stakeholders who sit in that war rooms. We also understand that Transnet engage at a national level most of the time because it's not a provincial company. But we feel that there should be engagement that is happening at a provincial level because most of the challenges that we are experiencing are affecting us at a provincial level. Hence, we are proposing that there should be an engagement that will take place at a provincial level. And we want to propose that the stakeholders that will sit at a provincial level must include organized labor, business, civil society, and other interested parties. We also want to register this chairperson, Uti. We've noticed that at times when there is there are people who want to push their agenda of privatization. They start by creating problems. And then they jump to a solution which will then privatize that particular entity. So what we are saying at Transnet, we view it as a means by certain individuals who are creating a problem that they would want to address that problem by privatizing or Transnet. And on the second slide, on the second presentation that was made by UDMRE, we've noticed, Chairperson, that the project like the one at Zulti South, which is RPM project, which is still on hold. And we want to understand what is it that the Department of Minerals and Energy is doing about that? Because that 6 billion investment by Rio Tinto is still on hold. And we are of the view that that 6 billion by now would have benefited quite a number of families if that mining processes has already started. And we are also noting that at Somkele, the mine had to close down because of court cases, because of community issues that in that particular area. So we also want to understand what is it that the Department of Minerals and Energy has done in terms of addressing those issues. And we also want to, in closing, we also want to highlight, Comrade Chair, to the Department of Minerals and Energy that in this area, which is Vryheid as well as Idandi, we have noticed that there is quite a number of mining companies that are exploiting workers, where you will find that a company will employ 10% of the workforce, and the rest of the workforce is now employed by subcontractors. As a result, those workers are not benefiting in terms of shares in those particular companies because they are now perceived as workers who are not directly employed by the principal employer, which is the mining right holder in that particular company. We have seen quite a number of companies like that in this area. And we are concerned as organized labor because it is an exploitation of workers. Some of those workers are not being paid. And the companies, those who are actually having those contract, they will end the contract without paying those workers. And we are concerned, and it's a matter that needs to be addressed by DMRE because we don't feel the presence of DMRE at the present moment. Thank you.
Sibonge sihlalo ngethuba. Umuntu uyawelcome ke wonke ama presentation athe enziwa. But uzofuna ukungena nje igama uNkosinathi waKangcobo. Umuntu uzofuna ukungena kule eyenziwa uTransnet. Siyobona uTransnet uyasivezela ama challenges obhekane nawo ngesikhathi sama floods. But awuyivezi i-challenge enkulu esibhekene nayo ye-privatization. Okubhlungu ke siyisifundazwe sakwaZulu Natal, asinalo ulwazi olukhulumisana nento ye-privatization. Singacela ukuthi uTransnet arrange an urgent meeting with ubuholi bama unions in the province and also include government in the province. Sikwazi ukukhulumisana nento ye privatization ngoba uGCE waka Transnet uPortia uqalile manje uyayigijimisa into ye privatization. Implementation iqalile kuma plant ka Transnet. Ngiyabonga sihlalo.
Thank you so much, Sizana. Nangu Deputy Chief.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. We want to start by registering our concern, Chair, of getting the reports on the previous resolutions, that we are getting a thick document today that we are supposed to go through and assess if these resolutions were implemented. Oh, okay, thanks, Chair. Sengikhohlise ngicasa bonke bangazi. Oh, ngidumbile umthetho wami. My name is Zanele Kumete from Kosato. So the reason we're asking that, comrade, because it's difficult to go through this document and be able to ascertain if the resolutions have been implemented. I want to start there, Chair, engaging there. I want clarity from the department in terms of the first resolution, before I go to the presentation, because I think it is important, Chair, that as taxpayers, because as we are seated here, we are paying tax, to ensure that this exercise, there is value for money in this exercise. From where I am standing, I don't think we are taking this exercise seriously. Looking at the responses on the resolutions, because once we resolve, we expect the implementation. For an example, if you go to resolution 2, that talks about the department making financial resources available to increase their ability to fill vacant posts. If you look at the responses, I think majority of the departments, I think it's only the Department of Agriculture that actually commented on the budget that was supposed to be made available. Most departments are presenting challenges, budgetary constraints and what have you, which means what was the reason of resolving if this resolution is not going to be implemented? That's the first one. On the insourcing, Chair, we are also noting the slow pace, because it is our understanding that it is more expensive to pay to contract a company to provide security services instead of appointing the security themselves. The department cannot say they don't have a capacity when they are employing so many people in different departments in large numbers like nurses, teachers, police, and then they cannot afford to employ security. We feel that we need clarity on the department on this issue. What is the real problem? Because this is a policy issue, it's a matter of implementation. And we have seen in some departments renewal of contracts and in that regard of insourcing, renewing contracts, Chair. And then also another issue that is of concern to us is the resolution on climate change. We are noting and appreciate the efforts that were presented here. However, we feel that there isn't also the issue of budget. There are departments that have no allocated budget that are still waiting for accounting, like the Department of Education is saying they're still waiting for accountant to respond to their request. And yet this legislature, the Workers' Parliament was in last year. This is a year later. The question is, how long are they going to wait? And should the disaster happen now, what will happen? And we also want the department to focus more on preventive strategies, which we do not see in this. And the resolution was saying the departments must come up with plans to mitigate the climate changes, of which we want to propose that the departments, all departments must strengthen education and talking to waste management, talking to infrastructure, as the rain is, as there is rain today, we are worried that there may be a disaster after that because the infrastructure is problematic, Chair. So that is another thing that we feel the responses are not talking to. If you bear with me, the last thing, the last comment that I wanted to make is on the issue of the Department of Labor, the statistics that were shared, Chair. We noted that there were claims that were not processed. We wanted the clarity whether it was it because the claims did not they reach the office timelessly, or was it something? And then from that, is the department having a plan on dealing with those? I think in one of the stats, it was 9% of the claims that were not processed. And 9% is a lot for a worker that is sitting at home claiming her UIF, and the other one was 16%. We just want to check with the department if they have a plan in dealing with those gaps in management of claims. Chair, thanks.
Thank you so much. Sizangala manje. Nange yakhe.
Molweni, ndibulisa kakhulukazi abahlali bangaphambili, Speaker, nosekela meya bendike ndambona. Bonke nje ndithi ke amanye ndiwa-observe. Igama lam ndinguthoba indlela wakavumisa, ndikwifedusi. Mhlali ngaphambili ndinqwenela ukuqonda into yobana kungantoni okanye ndicacisele kungantoni sizothetha okanye kusenziwa ipresentation kuTransnet while thina silindele i-department, ngoba uTransnet une-department ka-national. So bendicingela uba ke mna apha ama-department akufanele abekhoyo asicacisele apho singacacelwanga khona, kuba zinintsi into ezithinta uTransnet nationally zize ziyochaphazela ntsho nakwi-truck industry le isigqibayo ke apha emgaqweni ngenxa yokuba i-infrastructure igugiswa kwayiyo kwananjalo. Kunemithetho ebalulekileyo bekufanele uba ngabe iyasincedisa i-Department of Transport endingayiboniyo ke phofu ukuba kungenziwa kanjani ukuze abantu baphephe apha emgaqweni, kuba le nto yenzeka apha emgaqweni ama-truck abantu abawaqhubayo bane-pressure from kuma-owner awo. Ama-owner awo athi xa esenzile ingozi ama-truck lawo angachaphazeleki wona ama-owner kwicala lokuba botshwe, kuchaphazeleka umsebenzi ongenayo enye indlela yokuba azivikele ngenxa yokuba kunemithetho ekhusela umqashi hayi yena. Koko singabasebenzi siyafuna nathi ukukhuseleka. Uva ndisithi ke uTransnet bendingaziboni nesizathu soba mabe presenta apha is because ayikho into azosinika yona, ngoba i-enterprise njango ayikho into azosinika yona ezosincedisa as a whole country, kwi-country yonke, especially kule nto ye-infrastructure. Ndirhalela nokuchaphazela kulaa nto ibithethwa nguDepartment of Labour, emi-migrants nayo ihamba izochaphazela kwakule ndawo yama-trucks asigqibayo, agqiba abasebenzi kwananjalo baxhatshazwe. Kusetyenziswa le nto yokweqiwa kwayilo mthetho obekufanele uba uyalawulwa kubantu abangenayo nabaphumayo kwelizwe. Enkosi.
Angibonge, igama lami ngumlungiswa kaNdlovu kuFedus. Mine is very simple. I'm not going to waste time. On the issue of Transnet, there is an agenda to privatize Transnet. Whenever they want to privatize Transnet, they call it partnership. Babusa kanjalo konxiwa nkulu. And mawubona le partnership yaka Transnet, ugrana nje kweport yala eThekwini, they needed someone on 5.5 billion. With that particular amount already, black people, African in particular, are excluded, which means the exploitations will continue. Our economy will continue to remain with a few white in particular and foreign nationals. You see, we are sitting with high rate of unemployment in our province. And in most cases, people that are being bashed out, it's government that need to create employment. But what Transnet does, they tell us what percentage that they pay in terms of tax, as if the workers are not paying tax. And I agree with the comrade that we need to have a dialogue in terms of this state-owned enterprise. What's happening in Richards Bay, ukuvalwa kwenkampani ezikhiqiza upetrol, kuyacaca ukuthi KwaZulu Natal bafuna ukuyenza nje isiqiwi sizoqhubeka sihlupheka kodwa sinama mineral. So uTransnet kufuneka kwazi ukuthi clear. I was hoping that bazokhuluma nana lento yama small business enterprise nanoku laba operator khona by capacitate kanjani ama communities, because these companies are lapha at Durban Port, most of them are foreign companies. They are making millions and millions of rent, and the people who get access to rent those space are foreign nationals. Most of our people in the province must continue to suffer. Then I want to move on the issues of mineral and energy, Comrade Ncedisa. And I'm not sure how they really operate in terms of involving communities. The comrade has indicated, KwaZulu Natal iyaziwa ngamalahle, but it's one of the poorest province. Mawungahamba uye Rustenburg lapho uye koMiddelburg, i-commitment ingcono nento eyenzekala KwaZulu Natal ukwabona amalahle lapha eRichards Bay ehamba eyakunxiwa laba bathi asiyeke ukusebenzisa amalahle. Bagxeka uNxamalala mayekhuluma ngendaba yenuclear kwathi izokhosta kakhulu, babona amalahle ukuthi kufuneke acholwe yibona. Ezinye zezinto kufuneka sikwazi ukuthi sikhulume ngazo. Eyogcina ngizokhuluma ngalento ye budget cut. We have a serious problems, you know, in commissions yesterday when we're dealing with issues of budget cut, in particular on the issues of filling of vacancies. Our leaders are pleading poverty. And these are the leaders that we have voted them into power. In all the departments. It seems as if Treasurer has become another fervoot, a monster that decide when to cut budget and when not to cut budget. They even cut budget for critical department like Department of Health, where they will not be able to fill positions of doctors, nurses, social workers, because they've received a mandate. And we have not voted Treasury to control us. But when it's come to giving investment, giving loan to big business, in terms of PIC, they are very flexible. So it is for these reasons that we need to have a solution. We can't get the reports year after year. People are telling us budget is being cut. And on filling positions, you cannot achieve the 2020 National Development Plan where you want to reduce the unemployment by 2030 to the level of 5%. if you even failing to appoint a cleaner. A position of a cleaner, a security guard, of a manager, it need to go to treasury. Who's this elephant? So we must be able to deal with those things because it prevents the government to implement its own strategies. All the Department of Education can't fill 4,000 positions because Treasury has cut down the budget. So we need to be able to come to the solution. Even our leaders, they must be able to defend our position. The last issue is the issues of insourcing. We have seen the exploitations of workers through contract work. I see comrade, I'm sorry to call you a comrade, MEC, uMama uSimelane lapha Zulu. Simelane. Eish, my apologies. Ngiyaxolisa. So, MEC lapha Dr. Kaphisi Isaiah Seme wenze into esimple. Kulesi asibhedlela u-insource ama-cleaners, ama-security guard. Kwezinye indawo bayahluleka ukuthi bakwenze lokho. Lapha kaKhokta ngesikhathi sika comrade uSipho u-MEC uSipho Hlomuka and ubaba uTubane, they've convicted 136 contract workers. So human settlement, you still have building inspectors who have been on contract for 10 years. So what I'm saying is that we can't be complaining about the private sector and our own government is failing to make a decision. Why are you still having contract workers in your department? Why are you still outsourcing izinto ze-security? Yingakho abantu bezolwa nje bebanga ama-tender. Because those comrades are get exploited. Lastly, I'm not sure whether I've missed out in terms of how the government have responded to what's happening there at Macro, where over 600 workers were dismissed. 200 of them were suspended because they are demanding to get better wages and other benefits. So if our leaders, because most of these comrades who are leading government, I'm happy, Madam Chair, that you are a former shop steward. We don't need former shop steward that behave like the minister Tulas Ngesi, who forget once we decided to be on the other side. So what we are saying, in 2025, when you come back, you must make decisions. You must avoid to be dictated by national and provincial treasury, because if they cut down your budget, you'll be the one that will be blamed. Thanks.
Siyabonga. The last 10 is some point. Oh, on this side, this is on the side of the map.
Thank you, Chairperson. Igama lami nguXolani kaGcwensa from uNACTU. Ngicela ukuya lapha ka-department la ngingayitholanga kahle clarity. Ngimuzwe ekhuluma ngo-EPWP nabasebenzi laba bama-contractors abama-security nama-cleaners kuphela. Kodwa angizwanga ethinta i-CHW okuyi-community health workers. Sicela i-clarity kulapho. And also i-catering service and also i-gardening service. Bese ngiya umnyangweni waka-agriculture. Since kune issue u-government uyaveza ukuthi abantu sebengakwazi ukuqala batshale i-cannabis, i-hemp. Sicela umnyango sicacisele ukuthi ama-training and how to get those licenses ngaba kube transparent emphakathini. Ngiyabonga.
Yes, cela ke lapha emuva.
Thank you, Chair. Kumalunga onke eshamthetho, ama-department, ngeke ngisanithatha nonke ngiyabingelela. Okwami kufishane kakhulu ngizoqala nge-presentation eyenziwe umhlonishwa ubaba uZuma kwi-issue ye-transformation
Angazi futhi
programs.
noma ngizwa ngayini the introduction part.
Oyigama umzwandile wakandebele owusihlalo kasukuma sakhe uyi-War Room Trust Team eWard 14. Ngifuna ukubhekisa kuqala kubaba uZuma kwi-presentation yakhe ayenzile. Ngithande kakhulu mayithinta into yokulanda umnotho ko my friend okubukeka kuyibona sebewulawula eindaweni zasemakhaya nasemalokishini. Kodwa ke kukhona la engibuka khona engazathi kunegebe elincane elisalayo. Mhlonishwa kuke kwafika uagriculture kwesakithi isigodi ezokwenza into yokufundisa abantu ngento yezolimo. Ngicabanga ukuthi unyaka ka-2021 kuze kube namhlanje ke izitifikethi ayebathembise zona ikaze ibuye. Kanti le program ababeyirana iprogram ebukeka ingalekelela kakhulu bangivala. Leya program ibuka kuyiprogram engalekelela kakhulu issue ye unemployment. Kunomhlaba Thank you. Kunomhlaba olinganiselwa ku-84 hectares ongasebenzi osuneminyaka engaphezulu kweyishumi ungasebenzi kuleya ndawo yangakithi. Into edingayo nje ukuthi ubiyelwe ukuze le youth ebisike yathi ukuqeqeshwa yathi nokuyiqalela izenzele izinto zolimo ikwazi ukuqhubeka ivula amathuba okuthi iqasheke nabanye abantu leya ndawo isebenze. Ikwazi ukudlala indima ethile kwezomnotho. Bese okwesibili engizokuthinta noma ke lo mnyango ungawubonanga ukupresenta la umnyango ka-education sikhathazekile ngalomnyango angazi noma sikwi-autopilot noma kwenzakalani. Kuke kwaba nesimo labantwana bengadli khona ezikoleni. Njengamanje ke izimali zezikole ayingenile akusebenzeki. Ezikoleni ihlazo kuphela uinki kuphela uchoki. Sibuka nje into ngempela eyisimanga kakhulu. Siyacela ukuthi niphakame nilibheke lolu daba lokungena kwemali yezikole ngoba ngesimo sokuthi uprevious speaker uke wayithinta leyo ukuthi ihhovisi lika treasury vele linqamule nje izinto zezimali ama budget ukuthi kwazi ukulekelela ama department. Sibuka ke kunezikhala eziningi engavalekile kulomnyango wa education. Izikole ezinye ziphoqeleka ukuthi zilande abantu abazosuke bezoholelwa iSGB, abantu who are physically assisting isikole ngomsebenzi wosuku nosuku. Labo bantu ke sibathola njengamanje bengabhadelwa imali zokuthi bayalekelele ezikoleni and sesiside isikhathi. Siyacela ukuthi niliphakamele lelo daba. Bese okugcina ngibhekisa kumhlonishwa uNomagugu Simelane omendaweni ka-Premier. Siyacela ukuthi ke nisibhekele kunenkinga ekhona esibhekene nayo la yethangi lamanzi endaweni yaseSimashwini osekukhishwe ama-budget azaba mathathu, ama-budget o-8 million njalo akwenzeki. Njengamanje ngikhuluma nani nje beyisanda kuthulwa le project last year April yanikezwa isikhathi esingango-5 months akaze kuqale lutho ke kuze kube manje. Siyacela makumele kungenelele ihhovisi lomvikeli womphakathi ake lingene liphenye ngaleya project. Sikhathazekile awekho amanzi abantu bahleli kabuhlungu ekuhlaleni. Bese kuba i-issue yomgwaqo uP258. Indaba le ilokhu kwahlatshwa isoyi uformer premier ubaba uWillis Mchunu kwangena umhlonishwa uKhawunda naye wenza into efanayo, kwabuya kwazongena umhlonishwa ongasekho ke emhlabeni ubaba uBhekntuli naye wathembisa, kwabuya kwazongena umhlonishwa uSipho Hlomuka. Awukhandeki lwamgwaqa sathi kuvimbephi, siyacela niphakamele lo daba nilibheke, sikhathazekile njengabahlali bakuleya ndawo ngoba lo yamgwaqo iyona mgwaqo ikwazi ukuxhumanisa umphakathi laphana namadolobha aseduze kweyinquthu neFrayed nendawo ke esanda kuvulwa lapha eMondlo ukuze abantu basizakale bakwazi ukuya emsebenzini bakwazi ukuyocosha emadolobheni. Sicela lo yamgwaqo ulungiswe, ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Those were ukuphela kwezandla ke ebesibe nazo. Ngiyacela siphendule. Sizocela uMagujwa alandele uNxamalala. Then our presenters now azolandela lawa are connected virtually.
No, siyabonga kakhulu program director. Ngizoqala nje ngale comment yokugcina kumfowethu ose Ward 14. You were not going to hear anything related to ama matters or raised mfowethu because besiphendula ama responses that were raised last year. So ama issues or raised are recent issues esingakwazanga ukuthi singene kuona. Ubu Dr. Ndlovu, ngicela usukumi. Okay, ngicela ugibele esitulweni. Oh, ngicela mfowethu usondele nangu Dr. Ndlovu, acting DG eofisini lika Premier. Ngicela nje usondele eduze kwakhe so that lama issues ka education ekade uwaphakamisa siwazi ukuthi siwathathe right now. Siwa address including issue ka P218, I think that's what you said. Bani? Oh, okay. That's why kungcono swabhala. Then the next question is Mashwini project. I project kamasipala noma ega provincial government. I project kamasipala noma e provincial government. Eyamanzi. Kamasipala, okay, that's fine. Ngiyacela mfowethu ukuthi usondele nje eduze ka Dr. Ndlovu so that we get those details immediately so kwazi ukwalandelela, and where we need to intervene as a provincial government we do so. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. I don't have a lot of issues engicabanga ukuthi bekufuna ngiwaphendule except Deputy Chair laphana raise indaba yokuthi there shouldn't be a delay yok insourcer in particular, and I agree, particularly na entweni zokuclean. But with security into eyenza ukuthi kube challenge kakhulu uhulumeni angakwazi ukuthi akwenze on the spot without planning. Into security also includes indaba yama firearm clearances. So there are processes and protocols. Who gets a firearm? How do you procure a firearm and all of that? As UPSA was indicating that Pixley as a hospital were able to insource. That was a process started close to 4 years. Ukuze sikwazi ukuthola i-registration, I think UNERSA, no, it's not UNERSA, but regulatory body, yeah. But I'm not saying it shouldn't happen. I'm just saying that's why it is not as quickly as it should be. But we do take note kule cleaning because khona-ke akuna regulatory body okufuna ngabe iyasivimba. It's things that we should be able to do. So ama departments as and when ama contracts ephela kufanele bakwazi ukuthi ba insource moving forward. In relation to disaster management, the reason why you will not see AMA departments giving you a proper plan when it comes to planning for that is because disaster management is regulated by law. And in terms of the law, it is supposed to be at base kwa COGTA national, COGTA in the province. But as the provincial government, we have taken a decision that MEC COGTA reports to the Executive Council on a regular basis. Ngama programs akhona. We've also created a subcommittee of the Executive Council so that we are able to inform izinto ezenziwa ka COGTA, because whatever that they are implementing on our behalf. in as much as I agree that different departments must always be reading ama protocols on what they are going to do uma ngabe sekufuka ama-disasters, but in terms of the law, uCOGTA are the ones who are responsible for disaster management. Waste management plans as well, I agree we should have them. We will request MEC COGTA to engage with municipalities because it is a mandate. YakwaMasipala will request MEC COGTA to engage with municipalities and we get their plans so that sibe clear nathi ukuthi how are we proceeding forward as a province moving forward. Kumfowethu Xolani uGcwensa, I think the issues that he's raising of catering service gardens, EPWP, akhona kwi-report. But remember when I said I was reporting, ngithe angizongena kuyo yonke into ebhalwe phansi because we have them in the report. So you can go through every department's response, you will get it. But let me speak to the issue yama community health workers because uma ngabe bengingakhulumela uPremier was probably going to be requested to speak to that. The issue of community health workers is a matter that is discussed with bargaining council at national level right now. We are waiting for them to provide us with the guidance on how to move on the matter. From where we are sitting, nathi siyafisa ukuthi sibe nayo indlela eya phambili because it will also assist ukuthi siwa-add ama-community workers because we don't have enough of them. But until and unless that process here bargaining is completed and we are instructed by national on how to proceed on the matter, we will not be able to do much at this point. When the Department of Health some seven or 8 years ago took a decision yokuthi ama community health workers angabi at different levels. You don't have a community health worker that is employed by an NGO, but also have a community health worker employed by government, but not getting the same stipend. So a provincial government decided that everyone will be put into PESAL and be given the exact same amount. Of course, we've also been receiving complaints from community health workers about that as well. So it helps that we've got one directive both from national so that all provinces enza into efanayo singenzi izinto ngokuhlukahlukana. Other provinces were able to afford to absorb all the community health workers into the system and probably increase their salaries, and that is Gauteng. They had about 500 and something community health workers. The province of KwaZulu-Natal has about 10,000 or above 10,000 community health workers. So the implementation has not been the same and challenges have not been the same. But once you have an agreement at a level of bargaining chamber, it means where there are no funds, national is going to have to make sure that the funds are available, and then all of us will be able to do indefinite. But in terms of gardening services, naloko kukhona kuma reports, each and every department has responded to that. Ngiyabonga kakhulu, Sir.
Thank you so much. Let us allow Ngamalala naye a respond.
Thank you very much, Slam. Okay. Then let me start with Umzwandile. Yes, indeed, the program, the township and rural economy. It to be a joint program as in Yaga 8 year. But there's another program, agriculture, township agriculture. Because if you know what uma abalimi sebelimile bajala, so ilokuzana si babe labo base amaspaza shop baba i-market balimi esibasizayo thina as government. Ngoba nabo amaspaza shop bezobe sizwa ugovernment through aid, thina sisiza abalimi through agriculture. So a joint program, and so we're very hard on that one. Actually, see be deliberate. Empower abantu bakithi abamnyama abama farmers, but at the same time abantu bakithi abamnyama abangena kwi actually baba maspaza shop, abanye banezitolo, abanye bazoze bangene kwi actually bayenje ba owner big shops. So that program sizoqhubeka nayo kakhulu. I think sivumelene no MEC uDuma ukuthi mase isilaunch so ilaunch sonke ema townships si department ka ETA si department ka agriculture so that izokwazi ukusebenzisana. Esibili ukhuluma nge-training yenziwe u-agriculture but bangazithola certificate and we are raising kune-area edinayo enga-assista kakhulu ukuthi laba sebetrainiwe bakwazi ukuthi basebenze umhlaba. Ngizocela nje ukuthi siyithole that information. Mhlawumbe mangiphuma la ngizocela ukuthi unginikeze nje ama-details akho so that sikwazi ukuyilandela. Sibone ukuthi yini la kwashoda khona singabasiza kanjani labo ukuthi bakwazi ukuyosebenza umhlaba ngoba sikhonela la ukuthi abafuna ukungena kwi-industry elephuzane yokulima noma yokufuya bazi ukuthi ukulima kuyi-factory thina esike emakhaya ukufuya kuyi-factory thina esike emakhaya sifuna ukuthi senze exactly that. So cela ukuthi usinikeze that information so that sikwazi ukuthi si-attend. Khona lo okhuluma ke sibiza ngomthunzi wenkukhu thina. It's an industry lena uma siyibambe kahle ingasiza ekutheni reduce kakhulu i-unemployment. I-assist futhi grow i-economy. So siyasashusha kakhulu into zama-license. Sekune decision manje ukuthi ama-license because besibanga Department of Health, Agriculture, but sekune decision manje ukuthi ama-license azophuma i-Department of Agriculture at a national level. Sizamake na ukuthi kwehliswe lento yokuthi uma ufuna i-license ufuna ukhokhe kangaka ngoba abantu bakithi abamnyama bakwazi ukukhokha. So kulabo abakhona la KwaZulu Natal abanama-license okugrower either ama-cannabis or ama-hemp asikho sure ukuthi bangaki abantu bakithi kade beboshelwa lekhuzana lo mthunzi wenkukhu abanayo. Sitheke kulonyaka ifocus yethu sisethe aside u10 million kulonyaka just ukuthi assist abantu abafuna uku-apply bathole ama-license kakhulukazi abantu bakithi abamnyama. So that mase siyaqala si-implementa le program si-assista ke manje sithi banama-license sibe sazi ukuthi sida-assista abantu esiba-assistile bathola ama-license singagijimi nje. Into ebangazayo kakhulu mhlambe information eningayazi kukhona ukuthi kuthiwa emhlabeni wonke jikelele so number 4 la ku-South Africa ukusupply indaba yama-cannabis. So mephuma iqala manje ukuthi baningi labantu aba-operator singabazi abangenawo ama-license and akwazi ukuthi ngaba abantu bakithi abamnyama akwazi ngoba bona sisazama ukuthi sibasize ukuthi bayithole ama-license. So sithe sifuna ukufocus kulokho ukuthi abantu bathola ama-license. There are 4 districts esithi sofocus kakhulu kuzona. iHerikwana, uMgungundlovu, uThukela and uMzinyathi because of history yakhona. Uma ukhuluma ngalezi. Asisho ukuthi sizowafaka la ama district. Kodwa lapha yana ekhaya la khona lapha. So waseying sizowasiza abantu bakithi ukuthi bakwazi ukuthola la license. But enye esiyitholayo ukuthi i-research ithi laba sebebhizi bawatshala lokhuzana lo mthunzi wenkukhu nje. Abanye sebevunile kodwa bathola ukuthi mase bevuna isivuno sabo asikho right. Because silanda imbewu esilanda ku-Australia nakwamanye ama-countries afike ingavimelani nama-conditions ala South Africa kakhulukazi la KwaZulu Natal. So i-research station yethu ibhizi yenza i-research now ekutheni yipi imbewu noba ama-seedlings esokwazi ukuthi sibe nawo azomelana ne-climate yala KwaZulu Natal ezokwazi ukuthi masiyitshala la KwaZulu Natal ingathiwa i-weak noba i-tourish ngoba ine-specifications akhona. So i-research station ibhizi ngaleyo lokhuzana mayiqeda sizobe sikwazi ukuthi sibe deliberate ukuthi sinikeze abantu bakithi abamnyama ukuthi asikunikeze nje kuphela i-license but mase sithi sikunikeze i-license siphinde sikunikeze nembewu zokuthi utshale ezomelana ne-climate yala KwaZulu Natal. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Ngathi thandekile ke the very last one eh. Asicele uTransnet if there are responses.
Yes, I'm here. I just wanted to respond in terms of the stakeholder war room composition at our two ports. These are comprised of terminal operators, port users, cargo owners, as well as local government. So in Richards Bay, Umhlutuzi municipality participates actively in those war rooms. KZN Department of Transport and the KZN Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs also participate. We also include the South African National Roads Agency Limited, SANRAL, and then we also include any other trucking associations to deal with those matters. In eThekwini, we also include, in the Port of Durban, we include the local municipality eThekwini, as well as the provincial government and KZN Road Traffic Inspectorate at both of those. These war rooms are not, the ones that are held bi-weekly are not limited and a closed meeting. If anyone has skin in the game and help is there can improve and manage the operations and traffic, they can join. And so we do extend this to anyone who wants to be a part of that, to participating and solving the challenges. Then in terms of the engagement, while we're a national state-owned entity at a port level, we are engaging the KZN province at multiple departments on almost a day-to-day basis at both the Port of Durban and Richards Bay. We are also engaging at a municipal level even more intensively, noting that the ports exist within the city environments and are meeting all the key departments and service level departments to work together on a more intensive and day-to-day basis than our engagement at a national level. Our labor engagements are robust, and we engage at a departmental level with labor and recognized unions within the Transnet National Port Authority. At a port level, there are ongoing scheduled engagements and meetings to deal with the issues. And even at a regional KZN level across the two ports, there are engagements with organized labor. And then at a national level, our head office for Transnet National Port Authority also engages labor at a strategic level on an ongoing basis. Further, the National Ports Act mandates that every port has a port consultative committee, which is made up this committee meets quarterly. It is chaired by Department of Transport National, but it is mandated that the provinces, the municipalities, labor, as well as terminal operators and cargo owners, along with the ports, all meet quarterly and engage on matters of interest at that port and issues that are of key importance and matters that need to be resolved, as well as future plans and strategic plans. And this meeting are scheduled well in advance for a full year. And again, labor is fully included in that meeting at all our ports. And then there is a National Port Consultative Committee, of which labor has a permanent seat and engages across the port system. In terms of drivers' access and anyone's access to the ports, if you want to get access in the ports because they are a secure environment and are governed by legislation relating points of entry and ports, you need to get a permit to access the port and permission, and nobody, not a truck driver or anyone, can get access here without a legitimate ID or a work permit issued by immigration. So we do not give access to anyone who does not have legitimate working papers to work within South Africa. Chair, I think that deals with those with National Ports Authority. I'm not sure if my other colleagues from Transnet Corporate Group and TFR would like to respond on any of the other matters.
Siyabonga, I think those were the responses. Oh, no, Department of Mineral. Ncedisa,
Yeah,
there was a question directed
that-
to you.
Yes. No, thanks so much for siyabonga kakhulu ngombuzo. Ngizoqala project ye RBM Zulte South project. No, indeed the project will continue. Stakeholders are committed to actually continue with the project as planned. You will recall that the project is replacing the Zulten North, as the resources are finishing that particular site. So RPM will move and exploit the resources at Zulte South. However, there were some issues that were raised by communities with the mines that needs to be ironed out through consultation. Those consultations are at the advanced stage, and also even our minister is providing leadership in terms of the forums that are established that involves government, communities, and the actual the RPM itself. It's just that the mining space, it's a contested space. When one of the stakeholders feel that the fair value of the operations are not distributed equitable, they've got those rights to say, hold on, we need all these parameters defined and clarified so that there are no issues once the project starts running. So the project is still on the pipeline. We are working very hard as stakeholders to make sure that the implementation kicks in as soon as possible. At Tendele, at Somkele, is the same issue. In terms of the licensing, as the department, we have done the licensing of the new mining right, because on the old mining areas there, the resources are finished. Hence, there's nothing, almost nothing left in that particular area. As the department, as the regulator, we have done all the licensing for the new mining area. But however, we were taken to court by the NGOs saying that we did not adhere to some provisions of the National Environment Management Act. And then the court said, no, we've got to make sure that the consultation process that in from scratch, all the stakeholders are consulted. So that is also going on. Tendele is doing the consultation, and the minister will reconsider the decision of the mining right, because that was directed by the court. We share the same pain as the department, because that mine is quite huge, and it supplies, it's one of our largest mines in KwaZulu-Natal. At its peak, it had over 1,000 workers. With all these challenges, the employment has reduced very significantly. Again, the stakeholders are looking at the issue to make sure that we do what the court says we must do, and that so that process is implemented accordingly. Then on the last part, program director, is the issue of communities' involvement on the mining operation. Yes, indeed, when we issue the mining rights, we have contracts that we give or we entered into with the mining houses. One of such contracts is to make sure that the community is not left out. We have what we call social and labor plans that must accompany the contract. The plans are reviewed every 5 years. The mine's got specific targets that it must do in terms of the local economic development programs, in terms of bursaries, in terms of infrastructure program. So we have that binding contract to make sure that the communities benefit directly where the mining happens, over and above the BEE component of the mining right that we issue. Because 30% now with the new mining charter, it must go to the BEE entities. So there is a bit of transformation. Probably one thing that we need to do as the department is to properly report the impact the mining industries are making out there in our communities. And then in terms of the exploitation of workers, which is the final question, the workers have a proper channels to address its grievances. The mining houses, when they apply for mining rights, they tell us, for example, you might not have skills to do the actual mining. You might just be involved in your operation as the management and supervision of the operation. Then you employ expertise, because there are people who specialize on mining only in terms of the technicalities. So that is allowed. But when it comes to the undermining of workers' rights, we have the Department of Labor that deals with that. And also the workers from those particular operations need to make sure that the compliance is adhered to. Thank you, Program Director.
Siyabonga kakhulu, ngikholwa ukuthi ke siphendulekile, but the part engiyithandayo ukuthi further engagements are allowed, particularly la adinga the administrative responses, but also unqamalala committed ukuthi ke uyacela ku-engage eceleni kule ebe very specific. Mhlambe som-engage sonke kule, ngoba nami ngiyafisa ukuyikhulumela yangakithi indawo ukuthi ingathi umthunzi uyavuma nangakho. No, ngiyacela ke siqhubeke neprogram yethu, colleagues. We are trying to bamba isikhathi. Akukubi kakhulu ngoba sesingena kwi-dialogue itself. Ngizocela ukuthi speaker number 1 una 5 minutes. So mase sibona ukuthi she or he is approaching landing abe esondela olandelayo so that sikwazi ukubamba isikhathi kahle. Asiceleke, our first speaker will be Dadewethu uZodwa Zwane, from Kosatu, who will be given 5 minutes. Ngiyacela mangethe usondele. To be followed by Ukatsheni for 10 minutes.
Greetings, Chairperson, and greetings to the House. As they've said, I'm Zodwa Zwane from Kosatu. What we'll present here are the issues related to education. We have noted and observed that there are shortages of supporting staff in the Department of Education, especially at school level, and that compromises the provision of quality education. As teachers, I expected to prioritize the duties of the support staff instead of teaching. For example, the teacher will be delegated to do the clerical duties instead of teaching. Therefore, the learners will be left without a teacher while the teacher is doing the duties of a clerk because the schools do not have the clerk. We are also observing that the safety of teachers and learners is being compromised because schools are becoming a vulnerable center for the crime scenes because there are no proper and modern security measures in place to protect teachers, learners, resources that the government puts in schools and also the infrastructure. And also the other challenges that we are noting is that the day-to-day functioning of schools depend on principals' personal financial capacity, as one of the members in the room has indicated. The reason it's because there are delays in transfer of school basic funds, then the principals find themselves using their financial capacity to boost the schools. We are also identifying the challenges of late appointments in schools, also delays in payment of service providers, especially those that provide the 30% other resources, and non-transfer of 30% for other LTSM in schools. We want to also bring the attention of the House on the issue of commercialization of the National School Nutrition Program, NSNP, which was originally aimed at assisting the poverty-stricken families to improve the quality of learning. But we are noting that the lot of monies is not doing what was it initially aimed at, but now what it's doing, it benefits only the service providers. We are also saying there is a non-payment of educators, appointment of educators in according to PPN certificates, which compromises the quality of education, especially in high schools whereby only the critical posts are being critical posts are being advertised and people are appointed at, and also primary schools are much compromised. We want to say to this workers' parliament as COSATU that let's, as the way forward, that the department must start to appoint the support staff in all schools, whether it's a primary or high school, or it's a clerk, whether it's a clerk, whether it's the cleaner, or whether it is the security, especially the therapists. They are not there to assist the teachers. We also want to indicate that the department or the KZN government must prioritize the safety in schools through ensuring that all schools have properly trained security personnel and explore the use of available technology to monitor the safety and security in schools. We also want to indicate that this parliament must also look at how can a government stop the cash blocking that is currently taking place, wherein the department is only giving monies in chunks which usually do not cover all the expenses of the department, thus causing the delays in appointment and payment and delivery of services in school, whereby we find that they rob Tom to pay Peter. And that's the National School Nutrition Program, be it decentralized in schools like it happened in other provinces, so that it will be able to reach the wide range of poverty-stricken communities. And finally, we want to say, we as COSATU are saying the department must fill all the vacancies of all subjects in schools, including those that they think they are not critical, and also in primary schools. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Kusale nje amanenjana ama-seconds. Siyabonga Mangethe. Let's then welcome Boyabenyathi, uGatsheni, thatha zonke nje iy'lwane.
Greetings to the speaker and all delegates present here, all protocol observed. One of the critical element in terms of the topic for today is to defend and advance collective bargaining in our 50 years of fighting for the workers' recognitions. We should recall what happened in 1973, where most of the African workers refused to be exploited. And these tell us that the challenges that we faced in 1973, we have been able to make some road in terms of the change in the labor law that protects the right of the workers. It is also important to note that the collective bargaining is under attack. We'll always remind government what happened with regard to Resolution 1 of 2018. We further remind government what happened when they imposed the 3% on the salary baseline without collective agreement, which was an insult to the working class. And if you look at some of the demand from Sakau, in terms of their demand, they talk about the uniform allowance of 100 rand, 12% salary increase across the board. But the response of the employer at macro was to dismiss 600 employees and suspend 200 of them. The majority of them were the shop steward. The inhuman living and working conditions of farm workers is on the increase in KwaZulu-Natal. It is for this reason, as FEDUSA, we are saying the Department of Labor must work without fear to ensure that they take actions working with law enforcement to arrest those farm owners who continue to exploit the working class as if we are still living in the apartheid time. It's also important, comrade, to note that FEDUSA is not just one of the federation. If you look at in terms of our membership, we've got over 560,000 members, over 350,000 in the public service. It is for these reasons when some of the FEDUSA unions, after we have engaged with government to protect collective bargaining, after consulting with workers, we were able to sign the collective agreement which work in terms of repairing the relationship between the employer and organized labor. We are concerned about the growing attack on collective bargaining, dysfunctional of the provincial, district, institutional labor forum in most of the department. In order for us to be able to protect the collective bargaining, it is important for the department, in particular the accounting office, to take serious the work of collective bargaining from the chamber level to IMLC, labor forum, to ensure that issues that are discussed in this forum are not being undermined by certain CEOs who think that they can be able to change things as they like. The freedom to associate and to bargain collectively are fundamental rights. They are rooted in the ILO constitutions and protected by our constitutions of Republic of South Africa, Section 23. It is important for the employer to play constitutional responsibility to ensure that they also protect the collective bargaining, because our constitutions give us this right we must be able to protect. Strong and independent workers and employer organizations and the effective recognitions of their right to engage is very important. What we have seen under collective bargaining is that there is an agenda to victimize the shop stewards who are being subjected to frivolous disciplinary hearing. Some of them who are being dismissed. Some of them, comrade and Madam Chair, is that if you are a vocal shop steward, they will make sure that you don't progress. I can cite one example at Inkosi Albert Luthuli, one of the shop stewards who have applied for position for over 15 years by the same panel who have been prevented to be promoted. It is for these reasons that there must be an understanding between the employer and the employee that as shop steward and officials, we try to work with government to improve the working conditions of our members. So this victimization must be able to be stopped. We must continue to be able to engage. We have touched base on the issues of budget cut, filling of budgeted positions. You cannot achieve the developmental state if you cannot have proper head count. How can you achieve your 2030 objectives if you are not filling all the positions? Because they will reach a time where we're going to inform the workers to say, do not do the work that was supposed to have been done by the people that have resigned and retired. Because we cannot be exploited at our expense. Madam Speaker, you cannot cut budget on the manpower, human capital, and expect to achieve a departmental objective. So the reconfigurations of the financial need in most of the department, because department can't plead poverty all the time, plead poverty, which means we might have failed to run the state. There are things that we wanted to change from the apartheid government, but we must make sure that we protect the systems. It should not collapse in our hands. The issue of insourcing of cleaners, security guard, administrations, we have seen the trend in terms of exploiting workers through contract work, where some of them are being paid 1,000 rand. It can't happen under your leadership. It is for this reason, as FEDUSA, we are saying all the department must have a clear plan of converting these contract workers, because the principle is simple. If you've got a permanent position, it must be done by a permanent person. So they should be able to apply common sense to be able to assist. I've mentioned the issues of security guard in different schools who are being paid 500 rand at times, they are not being paid. Building inspectors in human settlement. We have touched base on the issues of community healthcare workers. I know the department will talk about the case of Gauteng. Gauteng, they were brave enough to take a decision to look for position and appoint them. They continue to benefit from these community healthcare workers, but they don't want to convert them permanently. Some of them are about to retire without have access to pension fund, medical aid, etc. It is for this reason we are saying government should be able to take a decision, and we must protect these workers if we talk about the decent work in terms of the development plan. So on the issues of health and safe security of workers, we've got a very serious concerns. Most of the workplace have become a crime zone where criminals, kuma-clinics, ako-Claremont, abangena bephethe amavolovolo, basabisa abasebenzi, kube ngathi akwenzakalanga, kuma-ambulance, abantu abashayela ama-ambulance bakhonjwa ngebhamu, bayabulawa. Ka-social development, bangena otsotsi, bathatha ama-laptop, angaka-replacewa nanamhlanje. Into esibuzayo ukuthi kufuneka abasebenzi ba-protecte yini against lezi gebengu. Ziyanihlula yini lezi gebengu, kube nama-plans wokwazi ukuthi kuprotectwe abasebenzi. Ngoba siyathola ukuthi la kugqekezwa khona awekho ama-plan wokwenza ama-replacement. So as FEDUSA, we are saying the head office must ensure that the security level type of equipments that they have in their head office, also they consider abantu abasebenza kophongolo and ensure that we're able to take care for them. It is for this reason.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Can we then welcome Uncebakazi Malima from Ikosat for
my-
5 minutes?
Program Director Somlomo and all protocol observed. My name is Nceba Malima from Kosatu. On health, South Africa experiences a morbidly high burden of both communicable and high non-communicable diseases, both requiring dedicated targeted preventative programs. Whereas the number of people suffering from HIV/AIDS has relatively stabilized. Stats SA 2021 estimated that 8.2 million people, equivalent to 13.7 population of 13.7% of the population is affected from HIV/AIDS. We are witnessing rising levels of hypertension and blood pressure. The inequitable access to healthcare services is structured on economic class and racial barriers. 77.7% of the white population have access to medical aid, as opposed to only 9.3% of black population. Only 16.1% of the population have access to medical aid. The reality, government has set itself an idealistic goal in its revised MTSF 2019 to 2024 of achieving universal health coverage for all South Africans by 2030. This includes the short-term goal of ensuring that 90% of South Africans are covered by national health insurance by 2024. This is ambitious and out of touch with reality. The allocation of the budget to National Department of Health has been slashed from 64.6 billion in 2022-2023 to 60.1 billion for 2023-2024 financial year. Total expenditure is projected to increase at a tiny annual average rate of 0.4%, from 64 billion to 65 billion in 2025-2026. Ngonyaka 2022, 317 posts in the public healthcare sector, of which approximately 39,367 were vacant. The Human Resources Strategy for the Health Sector 2030 established another target of hiring an additional 97,000 healthcare workers by 2025. The Treasury's budget allocations in healthcare over the medium term indicates that the implementation of 2020 Human Resource Strategy 2030 is already failing and being undermined by so-called fiscal consolidation. The levels of corruption exposed in our hospitals during the so-called PPE saga have not been purely addressed by our government. The recent budget also confirms that Treasury has still not made up its mind on the retention and permanent absorption of the essential healthcare personnel recruited during the period of pandemic. The noble intention of achieving universal health coverage for all South Africans by 2030 is rhetoric in relation to Treasury's persistence with its intensified austerity program, which we define as neoliberal structural reforms. The fact that allocations to primary health care were reduced. Our approach to the Workers' Parliament as COSATU, the state of crisis within the healthcare sector, undermining of progressive policy positions are all in direct correlation with Treasury's neoliberal austerity program and strategy. Therefore, to address this crisis, we must contest National Treasury's monopoly on South Africa's macroeconomic framework. Sicela uhulumeni wethu wesifundazwe to consider to convene the Provincial Health Summit to give effect to the outcomes of the second Presidential Health Summit as part of concretizing the healthcare combat. Siyabonga.
Thank you so much. Can we then move to the next speaker? Ulonwabo. Ulonwabo will be followed by Umbaliyezwe. Ngenzela ukuthi naye abesondela mesebona ukuthi he's approaching landing.
Bawuyeke umhlaba wethu mandla yeni fanele nagodola abawuyeke umhlaba wethu siyabonga kakhulu ngicela ukuthi inqanga nensiba zayo leadership siyabonga kakhulu chairperson nama members onke akhona esinawo khona la okoqala I want to send a clear and a straight message to the Department of Labor for this particular shame. We believe that it is the shame for Department of Labor to exempt EPWP and CHW
from the national minimum wage. Kulihlazo bakwethu ukuthi Department of Labor avumele ukuthi lezi nhlaka zingayikhokhi national minimum wage. Therefore, siyacela ukuthi babayinake londo and is not accepted. Coming into the topic, comrade, defend and advance collective bargaining in honor of 50 years fighting for workers' recognition. Kubalulekile to understand what do we have that we must defend. And I think it's going to be 3 questions. And what is the purpose of bargaining, collective bargaining? And we need to understand again, what is it a collective bargaining? Firstly, comrade, in 1973, as we know, that workers, especially black workers in construction, initiated a revolution against low wage and high cost of living, because this was cutting across, because this was a cutting across the sector, all the sectors. It was a wake-up call to the other sectors, and the majority that we believe that we managed to defend, or either we needed to identify exactly, comrade, ukuthi yini lesinayo. One, we believe that, comrade, the only thing that we have to defend is the unity. The unity in diversity, as this parliament, as also the federation and the trade unions, we needed to defend that particular unity in diversity. Sicabanga ukuthi ke isikhathi esenzeka ngo-1973 nalese sikusona njengamanje, comrade, sisimila. 1973, construction, factories, transport, textile, municipality, mining, and food mills, they were experiencing the very same challenge that we are experiencing currently. The challenges of high cost of living. So it is very paramount, comrade, that we understand that what is the purpose of collective bargaining is to better the salaries and working conditions across the working class. Federation and trade union, or how do we honor 50 years fighting for workers' recognition? Comrade, federation and trade unions, they must be revolutionary rather than evolutionary. Where are other comrades? Kusuka ama-comrade akhona la kube yiwona avimbela amanye ama-comrade. Uma sithi siza kwi-workers parliament bapha abanyoza kwethu. We are more than ama-federation akhona, asinga ama-federation akangaka. Apha amanye. Kusuka abantu abagqoka isikhumba semvu ebesikhulunywa honorable lana, comrade, basozeka bazovimba ukuze ingabikho le unit in diversity. Collective bargaining must be mandatory based rather than autocratic leadership responsibility, comrade. Uma ngaba sikhuluma nge-collective bargaining, comrade, it must address the issues of abasebenzi. Namhlanje silimele kangaka, silinyazwa yi-leadership responsibility. Kufika kuthatha isigqibo lana, uma bejikelela khona sebeyayishintsha labo bathi we are taking a leadership responsibility. Why, comrade? Because umubuza namhlanje the very same national minimum wage who give that particular mandate. Namhlanje kuyiwa kuma strikes kodwa thina abangala abasebenzi abafani nabasebenzi banga 73. Amaphoyisa anqaba uma kuthiwa kukhona abasebenzi abatelekile ukuhamba ayoba disembark because babe peaceful. But the workers of today, uma omnye sengadini omunye uyicabangela ukuthi ungcono kunomunye. Abanye basuke from the very same sector. Kube khona i-wage dispute. Kodwa bazokwazi ukuthi babambisane. Where is the unit? Let us defend that particular unit. If we want to advance leadership, the collective bargaining, we must use these pieces of legislation, such as Section 73 and also Section 64, which are the ones that give us power. Namhlanje awusakwazi uteleka ungacabanga ukuthi uyovele uthi mawuso ungava nomqashi uye striking. No. Kufanele uze uyokhothama nivumelane nomqashi ukuze exercise right yakho. So let us, comrade, ngicabanga ukuthi kulesi sikhashana sesele, we need to answer, comrade, who is our enemy? Our enemy, comrade, is our very employer, and also the state is the enemy of this particular bargaining. Then, comrade, what we can do, or what is the message? State sisebenzisa those, comrade, who are vocally to dilute the mandate of the working class. We are urging all the workers to join the struggle, not their political organization, because uniting workers is more than, comrade, this limit of the working class. Siyabonga kakhulu. Asikapheli isikhathi sami njalo.
Thank you so much. Zwit, over to you.
Sibingelele sihlalo, sibingelele ubuholo bungaphambili, sibingelele abasebenzi. One will be dealing with the national minimum wage here. First, we would like to register our concern when we are dealing with the very national minimum wage. The laws that are under that minimum wage, the sectoral determination chairperson, that deals with EPW, your agriculture, your domestic workers, are not assisting us as a labor here, especially Kosatu, who is a father of this national minimum wage. And we want to register one concern. This concern is for the Department of Health, whereby you are giving PPEs to those employers that are paying employees 14 rand, but that would be a debate of another day, Chairperson. Earning inequalities is a very high in the labor market, and it is significant that is feeding direct to inequality at a household income level. The importance within the sectors earning inequality is driving overall earning inequality, increase relationship between sectors inequality from about 60% to above 95% setting minimum wage in a society that is characterized by extremely high level of inequality. And a large fraction of earning whose households that are below the poverty line. In a task that require a detailed account of labor market in South Africa. Doing so allows us to pinpoint which ground will be the most affected by the introduction of a given minimum wage and what this means for the wages, poverty, and inequality. Many employers do not want to comply with the minimum wage laws. Minimum wage work in pairs concerts with strong collective bargaining to ensure that the minimum does not become the maximum. Struggling for adequate minimum wage should also be taken upon concert with a struggle to assess for the free basic need and service and the flow of society security right. We are saying the following as the Federation Enkulu. The provisional government and the Department of Employment and Labor to ensure that all employers comply with full implement of the minimum wage law and provision. The implementation of all previous resolutions related to the job creation and unemployment. The government to refrain from doing business with employers who regard deliberately ignore the provision of labor laws, including minister sectoral provision. Nani ke uhulumeni sengathi niyakwenza ukusebenza la ingafanele nibe khona. The provision of economic council to be used as a vehicle to monitor employer who breaks labor laws and relevant act that seeks to protect workers. Angithi ngiseno 10 minutes sihlala. Kusekujani okuseni. Oh, the Department of Employment and Labor to create a permanent office to assist minimum wage category employees to deal with challenges and problems that they face within arrogant employers. Our concern here, we believe that the Department of Labor is not assisting us, especially those workers that fall under a category of a minimum wage. We do not think that the department will have enough inspectors to deal with the compliance. We feel that the Department of Labor need to be augmented on that. Kukhona omunye umhlali ke la obe la wathi wakhethwa thina akasikhethwa u800 isikhethwa iningi kakhosathu besifuna ukukulungisa nje lokho.
Kodwa umuntu ogadla esehamba usuke yigwala. Thank you so much. Can we then welcome Dadewethu Zanele Kumete Mnguni for 5 minutes?
Thank you, Program Director, Honorable Zulu. Mbingelela amalungu esishayamthetho, mbingelela ama-leaders of union nomphakathi wonke. My motion is on gender-based violence. Malibongwe. We note that gender-based violence is a social phenomenon based on exploitation, patriarchy, economic and social inequalities. Gender-based violence and rape is not just a domestic issue, it is a social crisis. South Africa is considered to be the rape capital of the world, with 10,818 rape cases reported in the first quarter of 2022, with approximately 50% of rape cases occurring in homes and in the workplace. We believe that a number of social problems are a cause of this phenomenon, such as poverty, substance abuse, alcohol, cultural and traditional practices, religion, as well as improper socialization of a boy and a girl child. Because uma ukhulisa ingane ngokuyifundisa ukuthi uma yonile iyashawa, vele leyo ngane izofunda ukuthi ukusho ukuthi ukuze ucorrect umuntu owenza into wrong ufune kushaya. Ngeke kube surprise leyo ngane imisiyenza icorrect izinto imisindala ngeviolence. Violence is never justified. Despite an arsenal of progressive laws and policies to deal with gender-based violence put very able in place, there has been legal implementation. Our government seems to be lacking the ability to address gender-based violence. Impact and gender-based violence continue to be pervasive at the level of systematic women's human rights violation. We need more activist males and females to combat this social ill. More women must be deployed and employed in strategic positions of power in the government and state entities to ensure accountability in the implementation of legislation and policies that envisage protecting and advancing the rights and values of women, particularly working class women. As a society, we must intensify anti-patriarchal gender struggle. Moreover, we need to advocate at schools and university to include managing, reporting, and documenting gender-based violence in our curriculum, and also to teach our family members not to sweep these occurrences under the carpet and protect offenders at the expense of victims, and be able as government to provide support to those women that are affected by gender-based violence through provision of shelter to accommodate those that those women that are affected by gender-based violence, because it's one of the reasons they will stay even in an abusive relationship because of lack of alternatives. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. The next speaker will be Mfowethu Ubongani Ndlamlenze for 10 minutes on behalf of FEDUSA.
Honorable Premier in absentia, Honorable Program Director, Honorable Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, all our MECs present, Honorable Mayors, all traditional leaders, all religious leaders, abaphathiswa bemfihlakalo yasezulwini, leaders of the federations, delegates and all present, all protocol observed. Our contribution as FEDUSA to the theme of 2023 KwaZulu-Natal Workers' Parliament, which reads, defend and advance collective bargaining in honor of 50 fighting years of workers, is as follows. A pivotal moment in the South African labor landscape took place exactly 50 years ago in 1973. And while it is widely spoken about what collective bargaining is and the journey we have had in this country, we as FEDUSA, we salute and honor the 1973 Durban strike as they paved a way for the recognition of collective bargaining. Collective bargaining is an adversarial process that involves negotiation between parties with conflicting interests in seeking mutual acceptable outcomes. The importance of collective bargaining can be explained by the fact that it has value for both the employers and workers and all other interested parties. The recent reports in the past few years highlights a decline on the state of collective bargaining in general and workers' involvement in organized labor participation. This is disheartening as it threatens the regress the gains that have been achieved over the years. This calls us to resolve as collective to address this imminent threat. Looking at the current labor market landscape, in particular the high unemployment rate, one is inclined to argue that collective bargaining should and must be defended for the following reasons, just to mention a few. Is to shape the policy frameworks and structure that will impact on the working class, to improve safety regulations and improve health care, to minimize disputes and improve disputes resolutions, the job creation, full participation of the citizen of the country in the economy and economy development, to improve working conditions in general. Honorable members, it is our belief that companies should have policies in the form of collective agreements to ensure that the workers play a pivotal role in the running of companies as the main stakeholders. One is obliged to ventilate our view that one of the reasons the workers are losing interest in being part of organized labor is the lack of accountability and maladministration of the trade union. This, we plead, must be urgently looked at and addressed by labor. Addressing this will give power back to the labor, which allows for a better collective bargaining and crush any efforts by the employer to implement a divide and rule tactics. One has also witnessed a blunter disregard of collective agreement by employers, including government. The non-implementation of the PRASA, wage collective agreement, is just one such example. This has directly undermined collective bargaining as caused instability in the workplace. Salo cannot be correct that our government will protect umqashi wrong agijimele inkantolo, but the government failed to correct umqashi by saying to umqashi, go and implement the resolution. In conclusion, we request this House, the 2023 KwaZulu-Natal Workers' Parliament, having acknowledged the benefits of collective bargaining, to resolve that all parties, in particular our government, will ensure that the environment is made conducive for collective bargaining, and most importantly, that collective bargaining be respected. The time is now, comrade. The time is now, bahlali. Phambili ngomzabalazo wabasebenzi phambili.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Our next speaker is Usthembiso Dlamini. Sibalikhulu.
Greetings to Chairperson and all MECs and the delegates, all protocol observed. And the former of some member here next to me. Mine is to deal with the issue in relation to limitations of a right to becoming an office bearer of a political party. Under this dispensation, we have a crisis where we are not allowed, according to Municipal Systems Act, to hold a position or to be an office bearer of any political party, as per section 71B. That is just amended recently. But Chairperson, you are saying when you go and check the Constitution, section or chapter 2, section 18, it says everyone have a right of association. And when you go down to section 19, the right of political party, it tells us very clearly that everyone have a right of being a political party and do an active of a political party and have a right to be elected to a political office bearer. But we note that the government or COGTA in particular want to limit us as municipal workers. And when you go to section 36, the limitations of right, again, it outlines when do you limit the right. The question that we are asking, ubhlungu phi if thina siyama members becoming political party office bearers. Sifisa ukwazi nje kubuhlungu uphi kubani, ubani osezwa ubuhlungu kangangokuthi gcine kube nalenkinga. We therefore request that amendment should be deleted and scrapped out ngoba abuser amalungelo ethu as abasebenzi bakwamasipala, and we feel that one it's unconstitutional. Therefore, that part should be scrapped, that section 71B. Secondly, the issue of insourcing of the securities. We feel very strong that even at the municipal level, that securities that we saw there, we need them ukuthi bebe part ye staff sangaphakathi kwamasipala. Lastly, the issue of EPWP. That one we feel very strongly ukuthi what is normally happening currently, if there is a vacant post, the municipality, they will tend to employ EPWP to close that vacant post with EPWP. And that one, as it feels, EPWP is for a specific program that is needed, and that program should be dealt maybe for that 2 years and they go, not to fill the position that are permanent with the EPWP. And the EPWP is a modernized slavery, and in terms of when you look at the way they are being paid. So we have that view and saying we want them ukuthi bengasebenzi imsebenzi that is permanent as EPWP. Thanks.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Our very last speaker on behalf of COSATU will be Muzi Zangwe for 5 minutes.
On behalf of Inqola Masondo COSATU, siyabingelela ku Madam Speaker, sibingelele ishamthetho, sibingelele nje kuzo zonke ihambeli ze parliament labasebenzi. I'm talking with topic under energy and load shedding as well as water. It goes without saying that the expansion of load shedding is external threat to South African society, although purported to be rationalized and technically accepted methodology applied to avoid a total blank out. COSATU much as appreciate the increase of access to electricity and water during the democratic dispensation, but we are concerned because South Africans find itself in a dire situation due to years of underinvestment, lack of maintenance and corruption affecting ESCOM. At the center of this inescapable reality of the deterioration of the power supply, it is a harm caused to workers and communities through failure of SOEs. And singabasebenzi sifuna ukusho lokhu ukuthi angeke si-afford ukuthenga amasola. As much as there is tax rebate if abantu bethola ezinye inhlobo zogesi, but as workers we cannot afford to buy solars because sihola kancane. And in January 2023, 81 businesses went under liquidation and more businesses are expected to follow suit. Tai Yuhen Textile is one of an example of workplaces that is threatening closure as a result of load shedding, despite best attempt of intervention. Opened in Moy River in 2003, the textile plant came under Moy River Textile, scaled down its operation a few years prior. The textile plant establishment was welcomed because of the job creation for community residents, the local economic development prospect, a revitalization of the small town. At present, the likelihood is that this plant closing is high because of the load shedding and 500 job losses that are at stake. We are told that one immediate crisis our country is going to face is water. We note with serious concern the lack of implementation of projects that seek to ensure that our people receive water in a sustainable way. Some of these projects are lower and upper Umkomazi, water harvesting, and etc. We demand the full accountability. The Department of Kokta must investigate challenges relating to load shedding, work with companies and workers to demand specific areas for intervention to assist companies and workers not to lose their jobs. We further want to propose that the government must consider a one house, one tank approach in order to make sure that when it's raining, we are able to preserve as much water as we can. That can then assist in terms of correcting the challenge that we are facing in relation to scarcity of water. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Siyabonga kakhulu to all the federations for indeed very fruitful and constructive engagements that we have had. Ngiyafisa ke at this juncture ukucela ozosipresentela sithole presentation and adoption of 2023 Workers Parliament resolutions. I'm told kuzoba ke uGcwabe. Nopal, over to you.
I was just concluding. I was just concluding.
Ngangiyimember yeSAMU so ngeke kube ayikho ihambo umsuku.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much to Nopal on the content. On a lighter note, Chair, ngiyakuzwa MEC Social Development. You are asking a question whether those that didn't stand up are they challenging the song? Awema, nanso technology. Yaqala technology. I am sad content. It's just purely technology. Technological issues, yeah. Actually, it has nothing to do with content. I like to greet everyone present. I'm greeting the MECs that have respected this Workers' Parliament. Because the Premier has apologized. I also want to greet the Premier in absentia. I also want to greet the members of the legislature who are present here today and also thank them for respecting this Workers' Parliament. Honorable Chair, I must greet the Speaker of the Parliament, the Speaker of the Legislature as the convener of this Workers' Parliament. We really appreciate all those that have respected the sitting of this Workers' Parliament. But most importantly, I want to greet the leaders of the trade unions. The trade unions that the Speaker was referring to are those that are not here. I think they are somewhere else. Because we do not want or have any trade unions that do not put the interest of the workers and the working class forward. We are not that type of trade unions here. The type of trade unions here are those that put the interest of the workers and the working class forward. We always preach the gospel that those that do not put the interest of the workers and the working class forward must be removed from the leadership of the trade unions and from the leadership of the workers, because trade unions belong to workers. But I'm sure, Speaker, you're also satisfied now. Or she says she is. She raised a concern at the beginning. She was asking, where are the workers? The workers are here. Nikhona abasebenzi angithi? Aniphakamise izandla abasebenzi. Oh, sonke sabasebenzi. So the workers are here. And I want to greet the workers and the public that is here as well. The first issue that we want to raise as labor, convening this workers' parliament or being part of this workers' parliament, one is on the sitting of the workers' parliament and the question of the budget. We are saying, Speaker, the challenges that you are facing, because us as workers, we are unlike all other parliaments. We are a very different parliament. Uma siphuma la, comrades, sifuna ukuphuma thina, siphuma siphethe i-program esithi yini ebesihlalele lana, yini ezobenefita abasebenzi. It's not about ukuhamba ngeimoto siyolala emahotela sivuke sizohlala lapha. Sifuna ukubona a meaningful implementation kuma programs azoletha ushintsho empilweni zabasebenzi. And therefore, we are not happy that we find ourselves having to deal with things in a harsh situation. We know we used to sit for 3 days. But Somlomo, you have taken your time and tried to explain to us the difficulty the legislature, the parliament is facing, and also the difficulty that the Speaker's office is facing in terms of convening these sectoral parliaments. The challenge was on the issue of budget. And we want to say, and we think that it's properly recorded, we do not want to see any wasteful expenditure on the sitting of the Workers' Parliament. Any expenditure on the sitting of the Workers' Parliament must contribute in changing the lives of the workers and the working class effectively. And therefore, we want to say, Speaker, we want to engage with you in this month that you are starting in June. What are the challenges that are being faced? What are the costs of the Workers' Parliament? What are the expenditures? And where we can save in order for us as workers to have more days to engage on issues of workers. If it means we have to cut on regalia, the t-shirts and the jackets, we don't have a problem. We don't have a problem. We can sacrifice a jacket and a t-shirt because the jacket and the t-shirt is not going to assist workers. Anyway, those jackets and t-shirts are not here now. We're told when we're getting them that these jackets and t-shirts, we're getting them so that they can unite us. We can be in the same uniform. They can profile the Workers' Parliament. So they are not here now. So that's one of the things that we can sacrifice for us to have more time to engage on issues of workers. That's the engagement that we are calling, that the Speaker must convene with the leaders of the federations to see where we can actually assist so that we can more meaningful engagement. Defend and advance collective bargaining in honor of 50 fighting years for workers' recognition. That is the theme. We are, this year, 2023, observing and celebrating the 1973 of Durban strikes, which is 50 years of fighting for worker recognition and against exploitation. We have lessons to learn. What are those lessons? For us as trade unions sitting here today, we are reminded that the workers of the 1973 comrades had to unite themselves so that we can have rights for collective bargaining, so that we can fight against exploitation. During the celebration of the 1973 Durban strikes, because the 1973 Durban strikes occurred from January to March, we interacted with some of those workers that were there. But the experience that we have learned, comrades, is that those workers were able to unite themselves. They united themselves. They never said, I am Kosatu. They never said, I am Fedusa. They never said, I am Natu. They said, we are workers and we must unite against exploitation. And that is what we stand here for. That is what we are here to remind one another. That is what we are here to remind even the workers that are sitting at the back. To say there are issues that makes us differ as workers. But those issues are what you call intra-contradictions. Are the issues that are within the class. Are the issues that we can resolve. But the issues that we need to deal with are the issues that revolve around the issue. Lento esiyibiza nge-class stratification. The exploitation of one man by another. Those are the issues that we need to resolve. So we are saying with this team, we need to learn from those workers how they've united themselves to fight against exploitation and to fight for recognition. But as well with this team, the issue that you are raising, much as we appreciate a lot the work that is done by the democratic government, but as well we can see that there are intentions to regress us, to reverse the gains that were achieved by the workers of 1973. Recently, in the public sector, there were strikes. In the private sector, there are strikes. In macro, we have not even able to resolve the strike in macro. There is union bashing. Workers are dismissed in numbers. The cost of living increased daily. The share of labor continue to go down, while the cost of living continue to increase. What are the problems? The problem, comrades, we are locating it in what you call the macroeconomic policy governing our country. We are saying since the dawn of new democratic dispensation, the government has embraced the economic liberalization by adopting macroeconomic neoliberal austerity measures that rapidly led to inflation targeting policy, which aimed to contain fiscal deficit and maintain price stability in the economy. The aim to reduce the social welfare role of the state, deregulate the markets, emphasize private markets as the drivers of growth, and enable a reconfiguration in the interest of capital. Notable, the financial sector has been justified by austerity measures. These austerity measures, comrades, we are raising it with our government. We want to engage more because they are setting us back in terms of providing service delivery and drive transformation for our country. Ngiyazi phansi kubhala ukuthi ngino 10 minutes, but I know I have 20 minutes. And I will argue it. We are saying the effects of austerity on people's lives, particularly the lives of the poor and low and middle income households, have been severe and have hampered the realization of constitutionally granted rights. Despite the implementation of various economic policies ranging from RDP, GIA, ASKISA, NDP, NGP, and Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, South Africa still faced with high level of unemployment, especially among young and women, which is youth and women. Poverty, social inequality that continue to fuel violent service delivery protests in various communities. Those are the challenges that you are facing. We are talking to you because we understand the responsibility and the role of our democratic government to transform our people in communities. However, there is a wealth of data from around the world that demonstrates how austerity increases inequality, income disparity, and unemployment. The most impacted individuals are those who belong to society's most marginalized groups. Hey, Lali, Nala Freiheit, comrades. Such as women, children, people with disability, immigrants, and the impoverished. Rising unemployment and poverty, declining earnings, and growing inequality are all effects of austerity. Despite its natural resources, South Africa is facing high unemployment, poverty, social inequality, and limited access to service delivery that fuel violence, protests in various communities. Ordinary South Africans have been subjected to harsh socio-economic conditions which have an impact on the inequality of life. Some of the prevailing factors are these, comrades: unemployment. Kwesinye isikhathi ke siye siphathe ke sijabule somlomo uma ubiza meeting during the week bese siya celebrate uthi baningi abantu aba-attendile during the week abebekhona kwi-meeting. Sibe happy. Kodwa mase uhlala phansi uyibuza ukuthi ungakujabulela yini baningi abantu aba-attendile during the week meeting. Into efanele ujabulele yini. You realize ukuthi no. Akufanele ujabulele baningi abantu aba-attendile because it means if you have many people attending meetings during the week, there are more people who are not working. There are a lot of people abangasebenzi who are unemployed. And that is one of the challenges that we want to deal with. Hence, we are saying that the economic situation in South Africa is deteriorating due to economic recession that has plunged the country into crisis, but it has been made worse by the coronavirus pandemic, the looting during the massive protests and floods in 2022. All of this has further deepened the challenges of job losses and job creation, thus contributing to high level of unemployment. According to the Stats SA, South Africa's unemployment rate in the first quarter of 2023 was recorded at 32.9% and is among the highest in the world and is an increase of 0.2% point compared to the fourth quarter of 2022. The youth remain vulnerable in the labor market, with the first quarter of 2023 results showing that the total number of unemployed youth 15 to 34 years increased to 4.9 million, therefore amongst the highest percentage of unemployment youth is in the HEM. And 2 points before I sit down, Chair. One is, what are the factors contributing to unemployment? Because we need to identify them. When we want to talk about job creation, we must be able to say, what is it that we need to address? One issue is the energy crisis and impediment to job creation. As the energy crisis has shown no improvement, business have had to pay for operational costs for diesel generators, service damaged infrastructure as a result of power outages. These incurred operational costs have caused employers to restructure their operating models, causing employers to lay off workers just to stay afloat. The introduction of longer power cuts means that businesses still in operation now face the threat of excessive downtime despite their attempts at securing backup power generators. This will inevitably decrease productivity levels, and to compensate for the prolonged downtime, employers may be tempted to reduce wages. Given that the working class could barely keep up with the rising cost of living, reduced earnings will put more pressure on them. We are going to come with a proposal. In fact, I think it has been raised under one of the motions. Abasebenzi, they are facing a serious challenge with this thing of power cuts. Some of the employers are giving workers short times. Some of the employers make workers to work longer hours to compensate hours that are lost during load shedding. It's a serious crisis for many of us as workers. That's why we are saying that this is one of the issues that needs to be attended to because it exposes us. But one issue that we also want to raise is that it is argued that this situation has not created a conducive environment for business functionality, which in turn has failed to provide opportunities for productive employment. At the end of 2022, over 1,900 businesses liquidated, citing the adverse impact of load shedding had on their businesses. In January 2023, 81 more businesses went under liquidation, and more businesses are expected to follow suit. It was said when we were debating that we appreciate the democratic government, the role it has played to increase the access to electricity and water of our poor people. But we are also saying that there must be a proper planning for future and issues of dealing with maintenance and dealing with corruption in ESCOM. Everyone has the right to work, to free choice of employment, to just and favorable conditions of work and protection against unemployment. The right to work is the foundation for the realization of other human rights and for life with dignity. In progressively realizing this, states are obligated to ensure the availability of technical and vocational guidance and take appropriate measures to develop an enabling environment for productive employment. And as I sit down, we reflect also on the challenges that are caused by fourth industrial revolution. The fourth industrial revolution represents a new era of innovation in technology, one that's enhancing human-machine relations, unlocking new market opportunities, and fueling growth across the global economy. In South Africa, various groups are promoting the 4IR and taking steps to leverage it. But there is a long way to go before South Africans can enjoy the fruits of innovation-led prosperity. First, a sufficient supply of advanced engineering skills needs to be available. Beyond that, people in regular jobs need to be developed the skills to deal with the disruptive effects of new technologies in their work environments. The future of South Africa's education system is important considering its journey toward the fourth industrial revolution. South Africa, which is beset by the triple challenges of income inequality, unemployment, poverty, amidst a prematurely deindustrializing economy, is now facing the realities of paradigm shift in the way business is done and how we live and work because of the disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Prior to the outbreak of the pandemic, concerns about the disruptive force of the fourth industrial revolution and fears of robots placing workers were widespread in Africa. Calls in South Africa intensified for government to create more employment and protect jobs in labor-intensive industries from automation. We are therefore also raising that one of the challenges that we need to deal with is the issue of corruption. And we are saying fight against corruption must be advanced and those that expose it must be protected. This struggle is about ensuring that resources are directed to service delivery for all, not just few individuals who are unprogressive and do not think of other people, but for only themselves. These are 4 areas that we are proposing as a way forward. A concrete approach to shape the way forward. We are saying we seem to be lacking a concrete approach of dealing with our issues of economic development and transformation, and we believe that the following would assist moving forward. One, what we are proposing here is that there must be a government and labor indaba on economic development and transformation program, which must be convened to deliberate on the state of the economy in our province, to make assessment of the existing programs if they are effective. Uma singabuzana nje comrades ukuthi how many of us esazi ukuthi what is the government approach to economic development and transformation? There are very few people that can talk about the concrete, the comprehensive, and the coordinated approach from government. And that is why we say we need this government in Daba. Again, we are saying in the next 3 months, the government must develop a comprehensive report on economic reconstruction and recovery plan. The report must cover the achievements of this program on all identified streams. It must cover government departments, SOEs, and other role players in the private sector. As number 2 proposal, comrades, sakhuluma ngokuthi there must be a recovery and reconstruction plan. We have identified pillars. We must receive a report on that one, comrades. And again, we are saying our provincial government must produce a thoroughly investigated report on the negative impact of load shedding to investment, workers, and social conditions of our people. We said, comrades, we have seen in the social media, sibona imizi isha yabantu, sometimes kuma townships. Kuthiwa cha bekuphela ugesi kwabuya ugesi kwase kusha lo muzi. And we are not saying it's because of that. Kodwa we're saying those things must be investigated so that we are able to intervene and see how we are we assist government and how we assist workers. And the last one, comrades, we are saying the Office of the Premier and the Department of Economic Development, before the end of June, must come up with a concrete plan and a roadmap to convene job summit. Kade sikhuluma ngale job summit, but we are saying this time around, my government, comrades, ihluleka ukuyibiza le job summit. Sithi kufanele siyibophezele thina njengabasebenzi ilabor. Sisebenze namanye ama-civil society. Siconvene le government summit, le job summit. Bese siya-invite government. Sisiconvenele thina yona, si-invite government. Ifike izo-participate. My government, comrades, within 1 month, especially Office of the Premier and Economic Development cannot give us the roadmap ukuthi le job summit izohlala nini to deal with all these challenges that we have raised above. Economic Council must be strengthened to ensure greater participation of captains of industries and their commitment. One challenge, comrade, that we are facing here is that we are sitting in this workers' parliament, but in this workers' parliament, we end up talking to government alone. But we'll agree, Chair, we'll agree, Speaker, ukuthi most resources of our country are in the hands of private sector. The private sector that is not here when we are raising issues that are affecting workers. We are saying that the platform must be created in the Economic Council where the captains of industry are going to be held accountable about challenges facing workers, even in the private sector. Thank you very much comrades. And lastly, comrade, these are the resolutions for each and every departments that you have developed in commissions yesterday. Your leaders in the federations and the government will make sure that every input that you have put in the commissions is captured here. And then share it with all of you before signing and ensure that they are being implemented. But they are captured here, all the resolution. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu nobhala for the resolutions. Sizokwenza ke the normal process that we normally do uma sisuka la. May I then request the very last item on our agenda usihlalo oyihlalo ukuthi eze azo sibongela. But while she's coming, ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi sonke ngizocela sithi remain seated uma siqediwe bazosinikeza okokubamba indlala. Ngicabanga ukuthi ke sobe sesihamba nakho ngoba ama-packs ngenxa yesikhathi. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you very much, Program Director, who is also the chairperson of Triple P. Ngifisa ukubingelela kusomlomo, ngibingelele kundunankulu obambile nayo yonke icabinet ahamba nayo. Ngiyabingelela kakhulu kuma members ahloniphekile eSishayamthetho eholwa usekela sihlalo weSishayamthetho kunye nama mayors nawo wonke ama councillors akhona, the acting DG and all the HODs that are here today. Unobhala wasesishayamthetho udadewethu uNerusha, the leadership of Interfaith leadership, Kosatu, Fedusa, Naktu, all the government departments and officials that are here today. Nabo bonke abenze usuku lwanamhlanje lube impumelelo. Mhlambe angwadlulise umqondisi wohlelo amazwi esixoliso for uChief Whip ongekho phakathi kwethu ngenxa yomsebenzi wasesishayamthetho ngoba umsebenzi engiwenzayo ngibambele yena. I'm left with 1 minute esikhathini onginikeze sona. Sihlangene namhlanje la eCecil Emmet ukuzobungaza kunye nabasebenzi usuku lwabo esilibiza ngeWorkers Parliament. Kule theme ebaluleke kangaka la khona sithi defend and advance collective bargaining in honor of 50 fighting years. Ngiyayibuza nje ngihleli phansi ngithi ukazubani yena lo Cecil Emmet. Omunye nje ubhuti umfowabo ko-Irish Boer General and the farmer. Kazi koba nini la khona siyohlala ezakhiweni eyibizwa ngabantu esibaziyo abanamagalelo esiwaziyo ekuletheni lenkululeko esikuyona. Ngikusho lokhu ke ngoba inyanga yabasebenzi siyigubha ngenyanga la khona sagcotshelwa umengameli wokuqala wentando yeningi isithwalandwe sethu ubaba utata uMadiba. Nala khona sigubha usuku lwamanesi ngomhla ka-12 the Nobel profession ukuthi ke mhlambe uma izakhiwo ezifana nalezi zingase ibizwe ngosisi ngomama Makiwane mhlambe kungangcono kuno Cecil Emmet. Ngiyafisa ke sengihlala phansi ukuthi ngibonge kubona bonke abenze lolu suku lwanamhlanje lube impumelelo. Ikakhulukazi ababe yizethuli zezinkulumo, abasebenzi ikakhulukazi okusazotholakala ithuba lokuthi kuhlalwe phansi na wonke lama resolutions as were presented by uSecretary. Into ke ngijabulisile kuzo zonke lezi zithula abazenzile bezikhona ixazululo. It's not only the program statement but there was also ama solution to the challenges esibhekene nawo. Siyafisa ukuthi sonke uma sesibuyele emakhaya sihambe siphephile. Ngaphandle kwenu lolu suku belungebe impumelelo. Noma ngaba sikubizanga ngegama kodwa wazi ukuthi bewubalulekile bekufanele ube khona. Futhi unomsebenzi okufanele uwenze sibuyele emuva wokuthi kube ne-contribution oyenzayo ezizukulwaneni ezizayo ukuze nawe siyokukhumbula ngamagalelo nezizukulu ezizayo ziyokukhumbula ngamagalelo akho. Ngizamile ukwesebenzisa 2 minutes mqondisi wohlelo.
Siyabonga kakhulu. IParliament labasebenzi la 2023 has been officially closed. Nihambe kahle uJehova womusa aniphephise. Siyabonga kakhulu. Balazo waqalwa lomzabalazo waqalwa uzunga